No, something, no. I can't hear any of it.
It is 9 a.m. We will go ahead and get started. A copy of the Open Meetings Act is located on the north wall of the legislative chambers. Please stand for the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Just a couple of notes. There is an automatic external defibrillator that is available on the back wall of the legislative chambers for anyone in need. I also want to announce I talked to, if you remember, Mr. Glenn Moore, who is an employee of our building commission who usually sits at that desk over there. He had been very ill with COVID in the hospital, very bad shape. I talked to him this morning and he is back to work. Can't come to the board meeting, but I welcome him back, and he just made my day knowing that he was back and doing well. So I wanted to let you all know as well. So good news to start our meeting. With that, we will begin with the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Equalization. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Here. Commissioner Mike Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here.
Commissioner Friend.
Here.
Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of Board of Equalization meeting held Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. And item B, call for a meeting and set Tuesday, February 2nd, 2021 as date for hearing on certified assessment corrections reflecting the addition of omitted property to the tax rolls or increased value on property. Do we have a motion to approve A and B? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Rogers. Please vote.
I would vote yes if I was there. You hear me?
Yes, we heard you, Commissioner Kavanaugh. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all our commissioners in person.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the Board of Equalization about an item not on the agenda? Seeing none, we will move to resolutions. Resolutions D, E, and F. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Morgan. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
I would vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all others in person.
Commissioner Boyle?
Yes, I wanted to ask, Commissioner Kavanaugh is voting virtually. Is that legal now? I didn't realize that. It is until when?
End of April.
Okay, I didn't realize that. Thanks, I'm very happy about that. That's the way it should be. Thanks.
We have one appeal, item G. There's an appeal of a rejection of homestead exemption for Joseph Warren, 1720 South 60th Street, and Mr. Goodwill is here to tell us about this.
Mike Goodwillie, Douglas County Assessor, Register of Deeds Office. Here is the backstory to this. To qualify for homestead, one must be the owner-occupant of their home between January 1st and August 15th. There isn't any time frame that they have to be in the house prior to that, but if they're there prior to January 1 and they're there from January 1 through August 15, assuming they qualify, and otherwise they're going to qualify. When property transfers during the year, what happens is people apply for their homestead exemption for the home they started in, and then when they sell and buy a new house, they transfer that homestead over to the new one. And there's a filing that has to occur to make that transfer. In the case of Mr. Warren, from his note, it appeared that he did not file either of those things timely, has subsequently had a conversation with the Department of Revenue, who suggested filing better late than never past the June 30th deadline. And so because the mandatory language of the statute says shall, we went ahead and sent out the notice. I don't think we received either the initial application or the transfer materials until sometime here in December. And if I may characterize, apparently Mr. Warren has been encouraged to file the protest by the Department of Revenue, which leads me to think that if the board were to grant this application, they would not exercise their oversight powers and turn around and deny Mr. Warren on top of it. Now, this would all then bounce to Sarpy County because that's where his homestead is now. And I think I've accurately characterized it, but I'm seeing on this board here that Mr. Warren is tuned in. I don't know if he can speak or even would like to, but it seems that if he's gone to the trouble of joining the meeting virtually, he probably ought to get his opportunity to speak his piece.
Absolutely, thank you. Mr. Warren, if you can hear us, can you go ahead and speak to us? Oh yeah, you're unmuted. Can you go ahead and speak?
Yeah, no, that's correct. I was in touch with the Veterans Office in Sarpy County, and they were shut down with COVID, so after I moved to our current house, because the house in Douglas County is now a rental, I thought as long as I was in this house by August, I would be fine, and they would have everything mailed out to me. And it took until December when I got a hold of them and everything else, and called up to the state, and they said file the appeal to get it transferred. So on a normal year, it's a complicated task, and with COVID, it just kind of messed everything up too. So,
Okay,
apologies for the late filing.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Warren. With that explanation, what's the will of the board?
I move to approve.
Grant him the exemption.
Well, the motion is the appeal of rejection. Make a motion to deny the rejection. Is that appropriate?
Or grant the appeal, I guess.
Well,
Okay, then I'm making a motion to grant the
Exemption.
taxpayer
Yep.
relief.
Is there a second? Okay, there's a motion by Commissioner Rogers to grant the taxpayer the homestead exemption, and a second by Commissioner Boyle. And adjourn. Is there any other questions or comments? Roll call, please, or please vote.
Give me one moment, please. Yeah, all right. Thank you for waiting. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, we are voting now.
Yes, I vote yes.
Thank you. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all their commissioners in person.
We will now move to the agenda. Thank you, Mike, and thank you, Mr. Warren, for being with us. The agenda for the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Item 1 is the approval of the minutes of the Noxious Weed Control.
Madam.
Oh, roll call, sorry.
That's okay.
Sorry, roll call.
That's okay.
Got ahead of myself.
Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Here. Commissioner Mike Boyle.
Here.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here.
Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Madam Chair.
Present. Item 1, approval of the minutes of the Noxious Weed Control Authority meeting held on Tuesday, January 28th.
Motion to approve.
There's a motion by Commissioner Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Any questions or comments? Please vote. He'll give the presentation.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all their commissioners in person.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the board on of the Noxious Weed Authority about an item not on the agenda? I see you, Louise. I'm just waiting for.
Sorry, 1 second.
Yep.
Oh, here, go ahead, Louise. I will get out of your way while you do that.
There you go.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. There's no weeds this time of the year. But anyway, I do have an item that's not on the agenda, and it's about your meeting here at Legislative Chambers in the Civic Center. I think that you have, that the board and the various boards, especially the Board of Commissioners, has outgrown the Civic Center. It is my understanding that the Public Building Commission is talking about, or was talking about, how the various public bodies that participate in the legislative chambers, the discussion is how do they vote? Roll call or electronic means. This is the Public Building Commission telling or talking about how you individuals, you public office holders vote on your various items, and that's concerning to me. A few years ago, the Public Building Commission wanted the City Council to vote differently than by roll call, and that didn't happen. They stayed with a roll call vote. So, there's going to be discussion about how you guys conduct your meetings, how you make decision making, and it might sound like I'm just ranting or something, but I'm not. The Public Building Commission should not be telling you guys how to conduct your meetings, and so that's what I think that this is happening. You've outgrown this facility, the commissioners has. Now, I appreciate that the chair of the Board of Commissioners is talking about doing pre-meeting on Monday. So that's encouraging. You can do other things like a motion to recess at a different time and day if your meetings are pushing to 1 p.m. And so some of these things may pan out to be okay. But I'll save further comments for the Board of Commissioners.
Thank you, Luis.
Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. We will move to item 3, resolution authorizing the county weed superintendent to sign and serve notices on behalf of Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority. Is there a motion to approve?
So move.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Boyle, second by Commissioner Friend. Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all other commissioners in person.
Just enter through 'em or-
Item 4, presentation and approval of the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority's 2020-21 annual reports for the Nebraska Department of Agriculture. Good morning, Mike.
Hi, good morning. Good morning, Madam Commissioner and board members, and welcome Commissioner Maureen Boyle and Commissioner Mike Friend to the Weed Control Authority Board. I'm Mike Reed, the county's weed control superintendent. I've been at this for 13 years, employed as the county's weed control superintendent. I'm actually, little trivia here, I'm the third weed superintendent since the Noxious Weed Act was enacted into law, probably in the 60s. So there's been a lot of experience. I benefited from working for the previous superintendent for 5 years as a temp before I received this position right out of college. So right out of college, right into the weeds is what happened. And I learned on the fly, and everything is, weeds are dynamic. They don't mind if there's a pandemic going on. Thankfully, I was able to hire. I have 5 seasonal staff, and thankfully, we were able to get through the season without any incident. And much like law enforcement, we worked in pairs, and so modified the daily routines and things like that. But we were able to get through the season and do the work the service that we're supposed to do, which is. By the Noxious Weed Act, which is state law, we're supposed to survey, monitor all lands under county jurisdiction. So as far as the noxious weeds go, there's 12 noxious weeds. And we have really from border to border, from river to river, really from the Missouri to the Platte River, as far as the weeds go. So we've got a lot of acres to survey and a lot of landowners to contact. The resolution that was just passed gives me the ability to utilize the state law, the Noxious Weed Act, to notify landowners of any uncontrolled noxious weeds. It's the responsibility of the landowners to control noxious weeds on their property. And so the way the state law is written, the Board of Commissioners, as the weed control authority, has the authority to send out letters. I send those letters out on your behalf of the weed control authority. So hopefully that's clear. I wanted to clarify that for while I'm up here, kind of as an introduction, and wanted to hit on just a couple of things. I usually keep this short, within about a five minutes or so. So I'm going to touch on Canada thistle, and I want to recognize one of the county employees within environmental services for his work in assisting the weed control office. So really, as was stated here before, there's no weeds this time of year, but April, May, and June. April is when I usually hire those summer temps I mentioned, and June is about as busy as you can imagine with everything growing. I have the calendar up here. We've got thistles, musk thistles, noxious weeds, musk thistle, and leafy spurge. Those are 2 prominent noxious weeds that I'm doing control work in April, May, and June. And also the county's nuisance abatement, which is any tall nuisance weeds over 2 feet tall, have the authority to notify landowners of any. Really, that's about a month of growth. If you think about 2 feet tall, that's a property going unmaintained for about a month or so. So we're receiving calls from the public, any kind of mobile reporting on those properties. June is about as busy as you can imagine. And as you can see, I'm going to talk about Canada thistle. There's really not a lot of time for my office to devote to Canada thistle during those months of April, May, and June. Usually I'm limited in the amount of good weather, weather permitting. Usually I've got to follow all the laws for application of any herbicides and any rain events or wind events over 10 or 12 miles an hour. I cannot safely do any of those applications. And so really I say I usually get about 2 weeks of good weather, April through June, to do any kind of safe application of those things. So we have a Canada thistle, which that's really a misnomer. It's not from Canada, it's from Europe and Asia. These noxious weeds are non-native plants. In this particular plant, it grows as one continuous species. There's one root system for all the plants. And so this plant spreads by roots and by seeds. It's really a threat to agriculture because the seeds can spread up to half a mile, carried by wind. And this plant persists despite the normal farming practices of tilling. And so over time it's persisted because a lot of those other thistles, if you till them up, that acts as a control against that plant. But you'll just till that dense root structure. Those roots can go down 9 feet, and it's all one big network of roots. That plant will persist year after year. And so one of the new tools in the toolbox that I have came from Colorado. And this is a tool that is called biological control. That's any kind of natural checks or balances. It could be insects or bugs. And in this case, it's a rust, it's a fungus. that the United States Department of Animal Health, Plant Health and Inspection Service, APHIS, has approved for use in Colorado since 2013. So there's been roughly about 5 good years of data that this rust has controlled patches of Canada thistle. It's reduced the density without any use of herbicides. And so what I can do is I can apply this rust. It's a fungus that's harvested off this plant. I've got a paper bag of care with me with Canada thistle. It's pretty prickly, so get stuck while I'm doing it, but I sprinkle it on the Canada thistle plants and apply it with water. It inoculates the plants and spreads that down to the root system. When those shoots come up the next year, those plants are essentially infected with the rust, and it'll reduce that year after year. It's a slow process, but I can do that in October, not during the busy spring, so I can make use of my time working on those other noxious weeds in the springtime, work on the Canada thistle in the fall. Douglas County was one of the first counties in Nebraska to disperse this rust fungus on the Canada thistle, along with 5 other counties in Nebraska. So we're being proactive and using new tools that are available to us. There's no cost for doing this. And I'll give you an example of how I work cooperatively with the city of Omaha. As many of you are familiar with the new Flanagan Lake property, it's a wonderful property in northwestern part of Omaha. From 168th Street, west of 168th, from Fort to State. Here's a picture of the lake. This is probably my favorite map of it because it shows the fishing depths, and I enjoy going out there with the kids and in the canoe. But I want to focus on the northern end of the lake. This is the city property here. If you were to look at the northeast corner of this, there's probably about 10 acres, and it's 60% infested with Canada thistle. And this is prime ground for bird species, prime ground for cover and beneficial for wildlife and things like that. And it's 60% covered with Canada thistle. This was a great location, I thought, to release one of these rust locations for the Canada thistle rust, and got permission from Josh Fry from the City of Omaha Parks to release this. And if this goes well, as you can see just off to the east here and to the west, it's surrounded by agricultural ground. That's one of the things that's at risk with the plant going to seed and the plant being able to infest new acres within half a mile. So I know the city has Canada thistle on Lake Cunningham as well, and I've received phone calls from landowners adjacent to Lake Cunningham that are fighting Canada thistle annually. This could potentially be of assistance to those landowners near Lake Cunningham, and I'll work with the city in the future. Unfortunately, there's no way to know if the Canada thistle rust will take hold or not. I'll just have to monitor that and going forward, but could be a really good tool to use in the future. I want to give recognition to Matt Torson. Matt is a employee of Douglas County Environmental Services. He is the caretaker, the former State Street landfill at 126th and State. He is their manager, their supervisor in charge of the collection of safe collection and disbursement of all the landfill gases, and he also takes care of all the groundwork out there. In addition, he's also been of great help to the weed control office over the years. I'm pretty handy. I can build sprayers and things like that. I can maintain anything from a weed eater or anything 2-cycle, but anything larger than that, Matt has maintained all of our large mowers and our utility vehicles. He maintains that himself. And in addition to doing that, he's also assisted my office in completing the weed control work. He's at 126th and State, and this past year, he went out to 156th and State. This is 45 acres at the northwest corner of 156th and State. And this is a property that's under development, but it was fallow, it was unplanted, and it was all musk thistle this past year. And so Matt was able to travel the 10 minutes down State Street to mow that 45 acres. My office has a small tractor with a 6-foot mower behind it, and that would have taken me the better part of 2 to 3 weeks to mow that with our 6-foot mower. We got that done in 2 days, saved my office a lot of time and money doing that. That's not the first time he's done that as well. He also did that earlier on mowing the former golf course on 217th and West Center. So over time, between the maintenance of the equipment and the assistance to us helping mowing those large properties, there's really saved the county thousands of dollars, and my office thousands of dollars. And at a time when we're all kind of last year keeping our heads down during this COVID time, I would like to raise my head up and thank Matt for his service to the county and his work. And I will be writing a commendation to Director Kent Holm and to Matt's direct supervisor and get that done.
Great, thank you.
Yep.
Thank you. So are there any questions for Mike on his report? I just have one. How did it become Canada if it's not from Canada?
Those crazy scientists. I don't know. I'd have to revisit. I'd have to revisit that.
Okay, thank
But I
you.
didn't want to blame Canada today.
That's right. All right, is there a motion to approve the Douglas County Noxious Weed Control Authority's 2021 report? There's a motion by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Marine Boyle. Please, and does that include adjournment? Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all other commissioners in person.
We will move to the agenda for the Douglas County Board of Commissioners. Roll call, please.
Commissioner Marine Boyle. Here. Commissioner Mike Boyle. Here. Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Here.
Commissioner Friend. Here. Commissioner Morgan. Here. Commissioner Rogers. Here. Madam Chair.
Present. Item A, approval of the minutes of the Board of Commissioners meeting held Tuesday, January 12th, 2021. Item B, approval of claims submitted for payment process through Tuesday, January 26th, 2021. Is there a motion to approve items A and B? Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Mike Boyle. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all other commissioners voting in person.
We will move to the consent agenda, items A through K. Is there a motion to approve? Is there a second? Motion to approve is by Commissioner Rogers, second by Commissioner Mike Boyle. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
I have a couple questions.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, and can you turn the timer on, please?
Thank you.
And I will, when the timer starts, I will give everyone a 1 minute when the yellow light comes on, just so it doesn't look like I'm cutting you off when the time runs out. Okay, go ahead, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
On item F, I would just ask if we have sites for the locations mentioned there regarding vaccination.
And Dr. Poor is going to be giving a presentation a little bit later in the agenda. And Diane, do you want to just explain why we're doing what we're doing?
Sure. Diane Carlson, Deputy County Administrator. This resolution authorizes the purchasing agent to enter into lease agreements on behalf of the Health Department to locate sites throughout the county for vaccinations. And it's my understanding that public properties and the Health Department are in the process of looking for sites, and I am not aware of any that I could list to you today, but perhaps Dr. Poor has an update on that.
Okay, thank you.
I have a question relative to K, the resolution on $27,988,838 of CARES money that's on there at the behest of Mr. Lorenz. I'd just like clarification for the public. It's a substantial amount of money. What are we doing here?
Joe?
Hi, Joe Lorenz, County Finance Director. We're doing two things here. If you look at the resolution items 1, 2, 3, we're moving money that was previously approved by the board for those projects for the county clerk, Board of Equalization, the county attorney, and then additional funding request from corrections, district court, the election commissioner, and the sheriff. All we're doing is moving that money out of the CARES Act administrative budget over to the individual department's budget, so that they have that in their budget now as they've spent against it. All those projects were previously approved. So those total $1,531,592. The second thing we're doing is on September 29th, the county board authorized the appropriation of $26,457,246 in presumptive public health and public safety expenses that we could use that for CARES Act money. And at that time, we put that into the budget for the salary adjustment account. And so it's been sitting there in the salary adjustment account. But now the county board's decided that we're going to begin to start spending that money. And if we spend it from and give allocations of that money to outside parties, we have to bring it back into the general fund. So what this is just doing is moving that $26,457,000 back into the general fund reserve, and then we can pay the appropriations that we've made against it.
1 minute.
And so that's really what we're doing. It's kind of some bookkeeping.
Thank you, Joe. Does that include appropriations that we've made and are going to be making for assistance programs on utilities, rent, and other assistance that we've
Yes, what this will do, this will allow us to fund those with cash. We can send the money to those groups for those that were approved.
Thank you.
Thank you. Was there a motion and a second, Dan?
Yes, there was.
Okay.
Yep, Commissioner Rogers and second by Commissioner Mike Boyle.
Okay, no other questions or comments? Please vote.
I vote yes.
Okay. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all their commissioners voting in person.
Next, we have a recognition of the following employee, Mr. Richard Sharman, who's worked for the Douglas County Department of Corrections for 25 years. I don't believe Richard is with us today, but we do have a resolution to recognize him and thank him for his service to Douglas County and wish him well on his retirement. Is there a motion to approve? Motion by Commissioner Boyle, seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all their commissioners in person.
Citizen comments. Is there anyone in the chamber wishing to speak to the Board of Commissioners about an item not on the agenda? Hello, Luis.
Hello, Commissioner Borgeson.
And I will again just note that when the timer starts, I'll give you a warning at 1 minute, just so it doesn't look like I'm cutting people off.
3306 Birch Street, Luis Jimenez. Thank you. So back to my comments about your meetings here at the Civic Center. The Public Building Commission operates this building, and I actually, if Captain Peterson wants to give me a shovel, I'll go and shovel some snow out there. But anyway, I'm understanding how the Public Building Commission operates your facilities, the courthouse and the Civic Center. It's concerning to me, Madam Chair, that since I started going to these meetings a few years ago, there has been a lot of changes to the Board of Commissioners, which pretty much stifles participation by the public. You already have your meetings at 9 a.m. on a Tuesday, and that's not a time that too many people are able to show up. Also, you removed the capacity of the public to place items on your agenda. Now it's only the commissioners. So you removed that privilege from the public a few years ago, and now it's only the commissioners. Now you're also pretty much I don't want to say it, but like privilege. You're removing privilege, here and there from commissioners as you go through your rules of order. So perennially, I've been coming to your meetings and observing how you conduct them, and that's what I've noticed. And what I've gathered is that if the Public Building Commission wants to do something, it's going to happen. And so doesn't matter what the commissioners are doing, what the city council is doing, you're here. And so the Public Building Commission interjects in your meetings. You've outgrown this facility because you have the Board of Corrections, Board of Equalization, Board of Noxious Weeds, and then other things. You're gonna have your JCDC or DC. I had my notes. I had to bring my bag. I rode on a bicycle here, and so I didn't bring my bag. It was easier to do that. But the corporation that is that the Board of Commissioners gave an ancillary agreement to construct the courthouse annex and the juvenile detention center. So all told, that's what I'm seeing, is that I see the 1 minute.
1 minute, yeah.
That your facility is limiting your representation. And you can't see it like in front of you. You got to observe it throughout time to notice that. The items placed for your committee on your rules of order, those are encouraging. But to this time, citizens' comments, you have a lengthy note from the from the county attorney that says the commissioners cannot respond to what I'm saying or what other people are saying. However, there is such a thing, a common practice that is a motion or a point of information. Now, does the point of information, does that apply during citizen comments? I would assume so, because you've always said, since the note was placed here, that the commissioners cannot respond, even though common practice is that a person of privilege can make a point of information.
Time, Louise.
Okay.
Thank you. We will move to presentations. Item A, presentation by 9/11 Director Kathy Allen regarding the Public Service Commission's order on the funding allocation for Next Gen 911. Good morning, Kathy.
Good morning, Commissioners. You could just scroll to the second page.
And then if you need to, you can just scroll down a little bit.
Okay, thanks. Good morning, Commissioners. Kathy Allen, Douglas County 911 Director. This morning, I'm just going to give you a brief synopsis of what the Public Service Commission passed on November 17th, 2020, regarding monies that will be available to 911. So for some of for the two new commissioners, here's some background. I've outlined some background information. Douglas County 911 has an operating budget of approximately $8 million a year shared with the city of Omaha. We reduce our budget by sharing agreements, radio reimbursements, 911 surcharge monies. And 911 surcharge monies are both wireless and wireline. The wireline surcharge monies that we receive are funds paid directly to us by the companies that provide the services. And we get to apply that to our operational expenses every year. As wireless phone services go down, so does our surcharge fund, our wireless surcharge fund. In the past, we were able to apply approximately $1.5 million a year of that revenue to our budget operating expenses and have some left over for special projects. Currently, we're just barely able to apply the $1 million of revenue towards our budget. The wireless surcharge money is collected by the Nebraska Public Service Commission. Douglas County citizens contribute approximately $2.6 million yearly into this fund. In the past, we were reimbursed at a rate of about $450,000 a year to apply back towards our wireless-related operating costs. This new funding model that the PSC voted on is much improved, but it's still far from what we should be getting, in my opinion. The Public Service Commission is using the wireless surcharge collected by all of the state to pay for a statewide IP-based infrastructure, as the old system, the wire legacy system, is end of life. So in that rule and order that I've attached for you to look at, it's quite long and confusing. So basically, Public Service Commission has determined that Douglas County 911 will be eligible to receive approximately $1.2 million from the wireless funding to be applied to our budget for wireless expenses. This will occur when the next gen 911 system infrastructure is complete and 911 Douglas County actually moves on to that system. So it's probably a 2 or 3 year process. So yes, the funding is much improved, and in that document you'll see they at least have a formula for our funding now, where in the past they did not. So that's kind of the basis. Does anybody have any questions of what I've said along the way, or? Yes.
Commissioner Mike Boyle.
Chair, it's good to see you this morning. We've talked about this quite a few different times, and I know that I've had good advice from Public Service Commissioner Crystal Rhodes too. It's a real traditional situation where Omaha and Douglas County are not getting a fair share, which is no shock. It happens frequently, and there are a couple principles operating here. One of them is that
I apologize, Commissioner Mike Boyle. Could we please mute yourself if you're not talking? Thank you.
We have a couple of things operating, at least two basic things. And one of them is that as citizens of the Nebraska state and community, we have an obligation to contribute to the well-being of the entire state. I don't have a personal problem with that. But the other side of it is that, we are pouring money into a system and not really getting a fair enough benefit from it. And if we were getting a fair enough benefit, I would not have a problem with contributing to the rest of the state so they could also enjoy the privileges and the ability to have a better 911 system. And so that's why I've tried on a number of occasions to prevent a surcharge on our cell phones even going to the state, because we don't get back what we put in, but I've never really been able to prevail on that. So let me ask you a question. Do you think, I guess I'd ask you to think about this, but what should we be doing to get our fair share? Maybe that's not fair to ask you as the administrator of 911. Maybe that's a question we ask Ms. Urick, what we ought to be doing to find the correct approach to this. But first of all, I'd like to ask you, what do you think we ought to be getting? What's the dollar amount we should be getting? Do you have something you'd like to throw out there that makes...
No, but to put some perspective on it, I can tell you these were the last actual figures that we got from the Public Service Commission. For the 2017 fiscal year, the total remitments were about $8 million. Douglas County provided 28.9%, Lancaster 14.8%, and Sarpy 8.9%. So of that amount, we were given $402,000. This was from 2017. And so you can see the percentage, 8.4% of the total amount. But to answer your question, I don't know what an amount would be that I would like. Of course I would like all of it, because that's what the wireline does. But in a couple of bills, LB 993 and LB 938, the Public Service Commission has already passed, or the legislature's passed, giving the Public Service Commission the authority to pretty much do this. So unless we go against those bills, we're at the mercy of what they determine.
Well, I guess I don't care if they determine it as long as it's being fair. So we have to make a case, and the difficulty has always been...
1 minute.
Thank you. Has always been that we have other interests at work, and so we'll have to discuss this further to find out what approach we ought to take. But I guess I'd ask you to, and I know you have, because we've talked about it, talk about what improvements you would make if you had more money. And I'll let it go at that, and we'll talk more about this, Kathy. And by the way, I think you're doing a great job. I just really am so impressed with what you do. Thanks.
Thank you. I have a great staff. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Kathy, so I'm looking at page 20, at least for the commissioners. And so tell me, it's curious, the funding, the 40-40-20, the 20 is by population, which is the last piece. So I guess my question is, what is that set amount for the PSAPs that originally goes out? What's the set amount of the first 40? Because it reads, the 40-40-20 formula describes herein whereby 40% of the total annual PSAP funding is divided equally among all PSAPs. 40% of the total annual PSAP is divided according to each PSAP's share of annual 911 call volume. And 20% of the total annual PSAP funding is divided according to each PSAP's share of statewide. So the latter two, which is to our advantage, I guess is skewed toward the end. I'm wondering, what's the set amount for the first 40 that everybody gets?
That's a good question. That has not been determined. We have not been notified of what that amount is.
Okay.
Because I know this funding, they're taking a large amount of the money that is in the reserve to build this infrastructure. So I don't know the amount that they've determined that will be shared by all the PSAPs.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Any other questions or comments on Kathy or to Kathy's presentation? All right, thank you, Kathy, and again, I'm sure there'll be further conversation on
Correct.
this, but thank you very much.
Thanks, Commissioners.
Thank you for what you do. Next presentation is our 2020 .com overview and key accomplishments presented by our .com CIO, Mr. Derek Cruz. Good morning.
Morning, Derek. Good. There you go.
And if I may, just while Derek's getting ready, Commissioner Maureen Boyle, I'll give kudos to asking some questions about our IT department and functions, and it gave me a good excuse to ask Derek to come and do an annual review. And so thank you, Commissioner Maureen Boyle. Derek?
All right, Commissioners, thank you for having me. Appreciate the invitation. As you mentioned, I'm Derek Cruz. I'm your CIO at the Douglas-Omaha Technology Commission. I've got a pretty brief agenda here. I know your time is valuable, so I'm going to give you a quick overview of .com, our history, and the services that we provide, show you a little bit about our oversight and transparency with respect to how we do things, and then real briefly some highlights from the last about 6 to 12 months. So we were established in 2004 as a part of an interlocal agreement between the City of Omaha and Douglas County, really to do two things. First, let's be efficient with our dollars, right? Let's share costs. Let's make sure if we're doing IT, we're being as efficient as possible. We can standardize on similar applications and products and make sure we're being innovative and providing the city and county departments with the technology that they need. You see here my leadership team. We provide a wide variety of services from the network that we use to the applications that are used. We have interfaces with all the departments to make sure that we're meeting their needs and providing them the services that they need. Great team, very proud of this group. We've been together for a long time. For reference, I've been here, I can't believe it, over 8 years, which is, I know Mary Ann's shaking her head. I get it. So that's us, and those are the services that we provide. I can answer questions if you want more details on those, and you'll get some insight into that as I take you through the rest of the presentation. Here's who we support, city and county, right? You see this breakout here in orange. That's the Douglas County. That's about 2,000 employees and 36 departments. On the city side, we've got about 2,700 employees and 14 departments, and we also support the building commission. Some GWIS statistics on the right side here. 7,500 devices are connected to our network. That's a pretty substantial number that we have to support, make sure that if they break, we fix them, et cetera. 85 websites, 250 pieces of software applications, 300 terabytes of traffic flow through our network every month. To give you perspective, that's about 40 million digital pictures, the equivalent of about 40 million digital pictures. 125 locations. We do everything through tickets. The work that we do is documented, so we have about 25,000 of those each year. And down at the bottom right, I just make it clear, when you need something from .com, it's usually three things. Something's broken and we need to fix it, that's an incident. A service request is you want an enhancement to something. Or if it's a large technology initiative, we do a project. And I'll walk you through some statistics on each one of those. We use an advanced ticketing system called Salesforce. This allows us to track, monitor, make sure that everything we're doing is documented so that we have a record and that we can improve if we're seeing things not going the way we want. I get this as an eye chart. It's not intended for you to, I'm not going to present each line here, but this shows every one of our Douglas County clients, each of the different departments that we support, sorted by size in terms of the employees in each of those departments. And you can see the different types of work that we're doing from them in terms of the things that are breaking, the things that need enhancement, and then that orange bar, which is those large projects that we do. So that gives you just a breadth and a feel for what we're doing for Douglas County. Again, we're doing this on the City of Omaha side as well. We have a very robust and modern data center in the basement sea level of this building. We have a strong partnership with the Building Commission to maintain and run that facility. It's been in place for about 8 years, and so we're really proud of that. We also have a really great partnership with the state of Nebraska. They actually locate most of their primary services in our data center, and then we use their Lincoln data center as our backup. So it's a really great sharing that we're doing with the state of Nebraska. We have a dedicated 24 hours, 7 days a week, 365 days a year service desk. These are the people on our front lines who take the calls. If you need something from .com, they're there to help you. There's our command center, open 24 hours. But if you want to interact with us online, we've got options for that as well. We have an easy online interface where you can put in a ticket. If you want to buy new equipment, we have knowledge base out there so that you can get training, et cetera. Everything you need or want to know about .com is out on our website. A little bit about our organization. I won't read the statistics for you, but we've got about 93 full-time employees and some contractors and part-time employees. We're really proud of a system we use called performance culture that allows us to make sure we're getting the most out of our folks and so that we're using your dollars as wisely as possible. That allows them to digitally work with their manager. It's really important now, right, that we're living through this pandemic. Allows us to do recognition, create goals, give feedback, do our performance reviews, and make sure we're rewarding employees that are exceeding expectations. little bit about our oversight and transparency. This is out on our website. This is our oversight committee. You should recognize some of these names. We thank them for their service. Also, from an IT coordinator perspective, that's a position that's in place to make sure that we.com are delivering. Your IT coordinator on the county side is Diane Wallace, great partner. She's there to make sure that we're meeting our requirements and also working together on strategic items. We meet about 6-7 times a year. We produce a full report of all of our inner workings. And even on the months that we don't meet, we produce that report, share it with our oversight committee, and publish it to our website. One more thing, this is an eye chart. It's not, again, it's intended to show you the rigor of our process. Every year, each city and county department gets a summary of the things that they consume from .com and what those cost. That allows them to provide us feedback, say, hey, no, let's get rid of that. Maybe we should decommission that. Hey, we want to try this new piece of software. And the process that we go through takes about a year. So we start at each June, we go through an inventory, we work with those departments. It gets over the following June, we kick it right back up and start it over again to make sure that we're providing each department with the detail of what they're getting from .com. A little bit about our performance and what we do. We live and die by 2 metrics. Service level agreements, that means when you put a ticket in with .com, are we getting it done on time? And did we do a good job? And so we send out a survey on every single ticket to get that feedback from our clients. 90% of the time we want to beat and get there and get that done on time, and 90% of the time we want to get a very satisfied back from our clients. And these are our numbers for the last 2 years. We're very proud of these. We take these very seriously. You saw our command center picture. We're staring at these every day to make sure that we are meeting the expectations and exceeding the expectations of our departments that we serve. I think it's also important to note the improvements we've made over the years. If I was standing here in 2012-13, we'd be having a different conversation. At that time, we were having hundreds of outages a year that were very disruptive to city and county business. You can see from the top chart, we've driven that down to almost single digits, where we just do not see those type of outages anymore. More importantly, when we do have them, this bottom chart shows how quickly we resolve those. If we do have an outage, we're able to resolve it almost instantly now because of the infrastructure and the staff that we have in place. So we're really proud of this improvement we've made over the last 7-8 years. Cybersecurity, this is something hopefully you never have to hear about, right? But it's, we've got a full team of 3 folks that work in the background, and hopefully you don't have to ever hear from them, that make sure that we're safe and secure. I would consider cybersecurity and the threats that are against us, this is the noxious weeds of technology, right? This is the thing that just, it gets its roots in. It's always there. We always have to deal with it. And this chart just shows you on any given day or week, thousands of threat actors are trying to penetrate our network, disrupt our operations, and we're here to make sure that doesn't happen. I mentioned projects. We received 50 new project requests last year and completed 60. That's a pretty big number for us, and we're pretty proud of that. I won't go through each one of these, but a couple, these are, again, there's, lots and lots of projects. I just highlighted a few for your awareness. We have a learning management system that allows us to teach city and county employees new things. Boy, did that come handy when Brian at the Election Commission came and said, hey, I've got to train thousands of volunteers, but I can't have them come into our facility. We said, let's help you out. Let's do that on our learning management system. So we were able to offer 42,000 classes to those folks. We didn't miss a beat, and they were trained up and ready to go on Election Day. You guys are familiar with the rental assistance program. We were able to very quickly stand up an application so that people could apply for that online. That's the type of work that we do, and we're real proud of that. Finally, just some website analytics. You probably guys have never seen this before. As you can see on the right, the county's most visited site in the last 30 days is the Douglas County Health Department. That makes sense, right? Followed by corrections in your main web page. We've had 1.4 million people visit county websites in the last 90 days. So a lot of traffic coming through that. And one of the things we're really watching is that you can see down here in the bottom, we've seen a massive shift of people visiting our sites through mobile devices. So we've had to redesign and make sure that we have mobile-friendly websites. And so we're watching that and continuing to deal with the ever-changing ways that people consume the information they're getting from the county. So with that, that's my formal presentation. I want to thank just, Joe, who serves on the Oversight Committee, Patrick, so many different people that are supportive, Diane Wallace, who represents you from a county perspective, and all you commissioners for your support over the last few years. it was really important that we had this infrastructure in place over the last year as we worked through having to deal with remote work, having to deal with new technology, and just thank you for your support there. If I can answer any questions?
Thank you, Derek. Commissioner Morgan?
Derek, thank you for your presentation and the work you do. And I wanted to, I usually use Mike Boyle when I have a computer problem, but.
Sorry, that just slipped out.
But I did have the opportunity when Mike wasn't here to deal with Daniel Neighbors, one of your people, a couple of times, thanks to Karen Cole. And he was excellent, most helpful, most available. And I really appreciate that. And I want to pass that along because he was just an excellent person. And I'm not saying that to be nice to Daniel or to have you think he did a great job. He really did do great. So I thank you for the service you provide to all of us here.
Good. We'll pass that along, Daniel. And
Thank you.
You're welcome. Yes.
Thank you. Commissioner Rogers?
Hey, Derek, nice report. Hey, are we looking at an app when you noted that piece at the end, an app, or is that worth the time? I'm just looking out and I see some other counties or even joint deals with that. And when you mentioned the mobile piece, is that worth us going there?
And we've explored that. In fact, we're working with the city on a similar thing right now. My experience with that is a cost-benefit analysis, right? Is it really worth the time? Apps are difficult. They're difficult to manage. I'm not getting a lot of feedback, and if you are, I'd love to hear it from citizens that are demanding that. The information's out there. They're used to getting it on their mobile browser. An app just adds a layer. If at some point we think it makes sense to have an aggregating app where people can get multiple pieces of information, clearly we can go down that path, right? And we do have some mobile apps that we support. I just haven't seen personally the demand for that at this point, but we're open to it, of course, if it's something the citizens want.
No, I haven't heard of chatter. I'm just curious. Well, with that, explain to me the difference between an app and the I guess the mobile face that it looks like on the website.
So when you're on your mobile phone and you want to access anything, you've got really two ways of doing it. You can open up your browser. So if you use an iPhone, that'd be Safari, or if you're on Android, that'd be their Chrome version on Android. And you can just go to any website. You can type in the Douglas County website, you can go to ESPN, whatever. That website is going to be a mirror of what you would do on your PC, right? You just type in that same URL and you would get there and you would see the content on that. An app is going to be more like if you play, Angry Birds. Are you a big fan of Angry Birds or something like that?
Word Crush.
You play a game or you have an app on your phone, that's a curated, very different experience that's built for that device itself. And so that requires a whole bunch of different infrastructure and support. So that's the difference. So I'll use
So there's no in between. I had this perception like you had the app, but then there was like this mobile web version that was specifically.
So the mobile web version is going to be the web version of that website. Okay. That's all, the only difference. It's going to be a version of that website that's just skinnied down, doesn't have as much clutter, but it's essentially the same thing that you're getting. So let's say you go to ESPN on your laptop right now, you type in ESPN on your browser on your phone, it's going to look and feel different. It's actually, they've modeled it to feel like an app, right? To make that experience similar. That's the fundamental difference. And we just haven't seen a need to make that investment yet. But obviously we have the capability, can go there if we need to.
Good, thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
So thanks for the presentation. I found it super useful. Just a couple questions. One is, you are in a unique position because of the reach that you have in all of these departments throughout the city and the county. So I think it's important for someone like you to look at, almost predict the needs of other departments. And if you have a wish list, or if you have opportunities for efficiencies that you see in order to save taxpayer dollars, I'd be interested to hear about those.
Yeah, and we've actually, and thank you, that's a great comment, and that's that cost model that I described to you earlier, which is our annual report to each one of those departments. That is our best method for communicating with each department, walking them through. Sometimes you don't know what you're consuming, right? You don't know how many applications, how many devices you have. So we sit down and go through that with each department, and they take it. That's a very arduous process, right? That we go through to say, hey, why are you using that application? We can even pull how many transactions that application is using. You're barely using it. Let's get rid of it, right? Let's move, or let's consolidate onto something another department is using. So we feel we've actually got a really robust dialogue going on with each one of those departments. Is it perfect? No, right? Okay, you know, we got 70 different departments to support. There's territories, right? But we feel we've built a trust from all of those different departments to sit down and have a frank conversation. And there are some times where it makes sense for a specific department to have their own thing because of the unique nature of what they do. But we really push hard, and I showed her picture earlier, Julie, who's our client experience director. She has a team of people they meet either, you know, every 2 weeks, every month with those different departments to push on exactly what you're describing. Can we all consolidate onto application A or B? Can we eliminate those old devices? You know, we have a very robust program to get rid of old computer operating systems, right? And try to stay modern so that we don't get left behind. So I'm in a pretty good position to stand here and say that we're having those conversations. And when we run into something that we're not thrilled with the response, we have a mechanism to deal with that. You have an IT coordinator, Diane Wallace, who we work with to say, hey, can we kind of apply some pressure here to get moving? We can come to any number of folks to say, let's have a dialogue about that investment that we should make to consolidate technology and do the best we can. So that cost model is the #1 way that we do that, because it's all right there. You can't hide from it, right? It's right in front of you.
So the second thing then is I think I'm thinking big picture too, as you know, with COVID and just the way things are going technologically, more people are trying to get things done online.
Yep.
And so like if you can think outside the box and say, okay, maybe we can now do all of our like car licensing, everything, maybe we can do all of that online. So as I said before, you're in a unique position because you,
Right.
with your background, you kind of understand, boy, this could be done a lot differently. This could be done a lot better. And so I think I'm asking you more than anything with your expertise, think of those things where you think we can really serve the public, you know, get access better, in addition to providing more efficiencies.
That's great, and thank you for that advice, and we'll continue to do that. And I think one of the things I live by is I call it drink your own champagne, right? They used to say eat your own dog food, right? We try to lead on that front. And we.com can do it. So we went to virtual meetings a long time ago, right?
Yeah.
To have that capacity. So when last March showed up, we were ready, right? We could make that happen. So, but I appreciate that. We're always thinking that. And if you've got ideas, we're all ears. We'd love to hear them. But we have been trying to lay the groundwork so that when our clients catch up with, oh, we want this new technology, we're ready, right? And we're ready to go there.
And just the opposite too. We see this technology for you to use.
Absolutely.
I mean, it's a really good give and take there.
And we've got a lot of great partners within the county and the city who have taken that on full steam ahead. They've said, yes, we want this. We want to do a new website. We want to do mobile payments. We want to do, and we've been able to cooperate with them.
Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mike Boyle?
Commissioner Boyle, hold on, we need to get your mic on.
No, I'm going to have him start it over.
Are we ready? Yeah, we are. Are we? Yeah. Well, first of all, the presentation was outstanding. It really is, and I'm so glad Maureen Boyle asked you to brought that up to Mr. Borgeson, and she followed through. That was really terrific, and I love the speed and what you were talking about too was good. I wanted to ask you, I was sitting here thinking about how long ago all this kind of came together. When I was 40 years ago, I was elected mayor. Can you believe that? Anyway, and one of the things that I complained to, I had a group of business people that used to come in, and one of them was Bill Esping, who founded First Data Resources. And I was talking, and 4 or 5 guys, and I said, we have a devil of a time in the city. We can't get what we want out of the county. We're battling all the time. So he said, who's the best person over there? And I told him Mike Carpenter, and he said, hire him. So I did. Mike came over to the city, and things worked out well. Anyway, all this stuff took place, and we used to fight things like people buying their own computers and telling you. I wanted to ask about what's your relationship with county employees and county offices? Do you have difficulty with people going off and trying to buy their own equipment, or do you have real strict standards so you control that?
So we have a really great relationship with procurement, right? So which is a shared service between Douglas County and the city of Omaha. So we've got, I don't want to controls in place to limit that, right?
Yeah.
We do not view that as a problem. I mean, like I said, we've got, if we have 7,500 devices that we know about that are controlled through us, there's none left, right? So we do not see that, Commissioner Boyle, as an issue of people bringing their own tech and threatening, there's your noxious weed, right? If that pops up and people start trying to add that, and frankly, they can't connect it to our network anyway.
Right,
So
okay.
we've got a control in place where that's really not an issue.
That's perfect, because we have so many separate individuals doing their own deal, and they didn't talk to each other, which was really out of sight. Well, I guess that's really what I was most interested in, and I figured it was under control. First of all, I can tell by the way you're talking, and also just your demeanor that you would see that happened. That's good. And I do have to tell you, I apologize for Chris bringing up that question about the apps. He calls me several times. I've tried to explain it to him, and I really appreciate your explaining.
Boyle Tech Services, right?
And I know that I don't want to take the credit, but I know that we talked and I helped you put this together. So I just
thank you.
Let everybody know that I'm working.
It's a big wink.
We're working together. Thanks a lot, Derek. I really do appreciate all you do.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. And I just want to add at the end, the time, please put it on, that, when you said 8 years, it was like, wow, how time flies when we're having fun.
Yeah.
I can remember from way back when .com was established, and the struggles and the negativity and just all out, it was just not good. Derek walked in and it was like walking, from a dark room into the sunshine. He has brought not only the professionalism, but your technical expertise, your customer service, and that was extraordinarily demonstrated during our COVID situation starting last March. So I just want to thank you for all of that. I know our departments and elected officials do as well. I got lots of comments from courts and corrections and health department and GA. I mean, everybody had something that they needed, that they wanted, and you delivered, your team delivered, and we so appreciate that. So again, I thank you for taking the time to come and give us an overview, because again, it's important. While it is a separate board, it is important for the services to which you provide to the Douglas County departments and offices, and then ultimately the taxpayers. So thank you very much.
I appreciate that, and I'll just throw those right back on my team, right? That's why I showed their pictures right up front. Doesn't happen without them, so thank you.
That's right. Commissioner Rogers?
One quick question. Commissioner Borgson may remember this. I remember at times feeling like, we were, compared to a 6-lane highway, we were driving on a 2-lane dirt road, infrastructure-wise. I'm just curious from your point of view, particularly with COVID and the changes you're seeing, how built do you think our IT infrastructure is, and are we up to speed, are we behind, and how much do we need to put in to keep pace?
It's a great question, and it's something that, 8 years ago I would have had a very different answer, right? But because of the cooperation of the Oversight Committee, because of the business cases that we've made to continue to make investments, and frankly our partnerships with our local providers, we've really eliminated that, we're driving on a rickety road and we need to be on a superhighway. We made major investments in our infrastructure to provide fiber to all of our major locations. Prior to that, there was concerns about moving to a cloud email system because we couldn't handle the bandwidth. Now those concerns are eliminated. Working with our local providers, they've given, and we've provided more business to them, and that's allowed us to have what we call it a big pipe, right? I mean, we've got a lot of different ways to move data around. So we feel very comfortable about our state-of-the-art data center, our partnership with the state of Nebraska, our local partnerships that we have, our movement to the biggest names out there, right? Google, Salesforce, Oracle, right? We're working with the best. That allows us to make sure that we aren't, stuck in a corner without the technology and the support that we need. So we feel very comfortable. I got here, we didn't have wireless in this building, right? I mean, there's little things like that, that we've been able to take care of. It's an ongoing concern, but we've got now an investment stream and a method for making sure that we're making those needed investments and not falling behind. It's a great question. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Derek. for being here today.
Okay. Thank you, guys.
Commissioner Friend, did you have a comment?
Oh, I did. I had a question, actually. Thank
Okay,
you.
go ahead.
Thank you, Commissioner. Derek, good to see you again.
See you too.
I noticed, just a comment and then a question for you, Derek. The average years of service, I was really impressed by. I think this is good. I don't have specifics or metrics, but in the IT industry, it's pretty notorious for shifty and rapid job transiency, especially with younger workers. So I just wanted to give you a high five for that. I think that looks pretty good, and I have to dig into the metrics a little bit, but I think you'd probably agree. Is there, along those lines, we do some outsourcing. It looks like you have a solid staff. We do some outsourcing.
Yep.
I'm trying to figure out how prevalent that is. So in other words, you had brought up a couple of things. I'll address that in a second, but either from an employee standpoint or a personnel standpoint, I see you have the contractors and everything else, but also from a system functionality standpoint. So infrastructure outsourcing, anything of that nature that we do to try to reduce costs, right? I mean, how prevalent is that? I mean, is there information out there that we could look at it and have coffee sometime and laugh about it or talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, I would have cried about it 8 years ago, right? But we are in a position where we've got a good balance, Commissioner Friend, right? Where we've found a way. There are things we are always going to do in our data center, right? Just because we need high availability and we need to be able to access the information. But if you look at our strategic guiding principles, which again are out on our website, is that we work with third-party experts first. I mean, I can hire the best server tech in the 3-state area, but they're just one person, right? If I'm working with the best, if I'm working with the Googles and the Microsofts and the Apples of the world, I've got their entire infrastructure and support team and their profit motivation, right? To make sure that they're not on the front pages. So we've found a good balance in terms of those numbers. I would say we've shifted from our internal infrastructure to cloud and third-party expert providers dramatically over the last few years, right? In terms of our own infrastructure, partnering with, our local partners here. Yeah, it's been very important to us, and I can share some numbers along those lines. I don't have them in front of me today, Commissioner Friend.
That'd be great. Thanks, Derek. And you didn't scare me. It just usually scares me in general when somebody throws out. I mean, the Googles. I grew up on Salesforce. Yep. The Googles, the Salesforces, the Oracles, Microsoft. Yep. Not only are they great, but they're expensive in some way, shape, or form. So how do we? Yeah, we could talk about that further later on. I'd like to dig into those type of things too.
It's an expensive is relative, right? So what I like, I like those services because we pay for what we consume, exactly to a T, right? So I'm able to purchase and use not this much capacity, right? I can use exactly what we need. We use Amazon Web Services to host our websites. We pay for exactly the usage that we need. Whereas before, if we were to stand up in our data center, the infrastructure needed to do that. From a cost perspective, it wouldn't even be close, right? We would have all this capacity and all this excess need. Joe would be beating me up because I'd be asking for millions of dollars up front for this. Now we pay for it in a slow stream over time. And that's where I think that balance is, if that helps. And we can talk about that at more length.
No, it does. I look forward to it. Thanks, Derek.
Okay, good. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you. Appreciate it.
Luis?
Yeah, I got a question. Luis Jimenez, 3306 Bird Street. Last year in December, I went to the treasurer's office and met with Mr. Ackley, who puts the meetings from here, from legislative chambers on YouTube. So I want to thank Mr. Ackley. I learned, what's behind this wall and how the videos get placed on YouTube. My question is, how much did .com pay to remove ads from the .com YouTube channel? How much was the cost for that?
Okay, thank you, Luis.
Because we use Google from an enterprise perspective and have an enterprise license with Google, that's who we use for our email, calendaring, productivity applications. We've got that enterprise license. That way our email doesn't come with ads. So like city and county employees, when they access their email, that's the last thing we want, right? Is them to have ads. So when we use YouTube and use that license, we don't have to have ads on there.
Thank you. All right, with that, we do have another presentation. Item C, CARES Act update by our Director of Finance and Budget, Mr. Joe Lorenz.
You can just hit enter.
Thank you.
While we're waiting, I wanted to thank Mary Ann for our pre-county board meeting yesterday with the first. Really appreciate that. I think that's really helpful, Mary Ann, and I thank you for that.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Great, thank you, Commissioner Boyle.
Yep.
I really got to work to please you, don't I, Commissioner Friend? I told you I had paper wads to throw at you. Okay, Joe.
Okay, so given that the CARES Act was supposed to expire on December 31st, we scheduled this update. But on December 22nd, legislation was passed and signed, which extended the deadline for the expenditure of CARES Act funds by 1 year to December 30th, 2021. And we had allocated most of our money. So really the implication of that was really some of the people, departments, and the units of local government that were really up against the wall in order to get the money spent by December 31, they actually got some more time. And we're trying to, even though they gave us a full year, we told them that we really would like to get it, for the most part, wrapped up by March 31st, by the end of the first quarter. And so they're working on that. So that's where we are in terms of the projects, and I think the commissioners decided that we wouldn't allocate any additional CARES Act money, that any money that had been left at December 30th, we would, through the presumptive salary action, claim and move over to the general fund reserve. And so that's really how we handled that. So there was new legislation passed also this in late December. It didn't give us any new CARES Act money, but it was funding for rent and utility assistance. And so I have an update on that. That money was passed, and the state of Nebraska was allocated $200 million for energy and utility assistance. And then that was divided. There were actually 5 units of government eligible to receive that $200 million. It was Douglas County, the city of Omaha, Lancaster County, the city of Lincoln, and the state. And the formula was actually made public yesterday. And I also had an email from the federal government telling us our award. The population of Douglas County was eligible for an award of $26.5 million. But the city applied and the county applied, so the formula they used is that the population within Douglas County that's in the city of Omaha, that money would go to the city of Omaha. So the city of Omaha is going to receive $22.2 million, and Douglas County is going to receive $4.3 million. And they said we'd receive that money by the end of the week. And that $4.3 million, while it is to be used for rent and utility assistance, also comes with the additional restriction that our $4.3 billion has to be spent on rent and utility assistance outside the city limits of Omaha. So we have $4.3 million. I think we have about 85 or 90,000 people who are outside the city limits within Douglas County. And that's who that money is. And the city is receiving an award of $22.2 million, and the city will be in charge of rent and utility assistance for those residents living within the city boundaries. And so there's a kind of a clear line of demarcation between the two. So I don't know if any of you have any further questions on. Okay, I'll do that. So with that, I like to just give a summary of the program where what we did in the 9 months that we had the $166 million and who we allocated it to and how we spent it. The largest earmark was $75 million for county projects and expenditures. So the county board awarded 17 departments with appropriations, with the most significant awards going to capital projects in the health center and corrections, and also to funding the response to the pandemic for the health department. Those were by far the largest awards. And of the $75 million, $72.7 million was specifically allocated, which includes $26.5 million of presumptive health and safety salaries. So that would leave like $2.3 million that we did not allocate out of that $75 million for county projects. Other local governments, we earmarked $40 million for other units of government located in Douglas County. The largest by far was the city of Omaha, which received a $30 million award. But we also gave money to 14 other local entities who received appropriations totaling $5.8 million, so that we would have spent $35.8 million of the $40 million that we had originally earmarked for units of local government, which included the 5 small cities, local fire departments, the Public Building Commission, .com, and a few others. So that was that award for local government. Rent and utility assistance, we earmarked $14 million, $10 million for rent assistance, and $4 million for utility assistance. General assistance managed the rent assistance programs, and we dispersed $7.7 million in rental payments out of the $10 million allocated. Dollar Energy helped us on the utility assistance programs for MUD and OPPD, and they dispersed $3.95 million of the $4 million. So almost all the utility assistance money went out. And finally, the last big earmark was nonprofits. We earmarked $33 million for nonprofits in Douglas County. We awarded $28 million to the Omaha Community Foundation to manage the program for awards to local nonprofits. 222 organizations, which include 75 arts and culture organizations, received a total of $13.9 million, and 147 human service organizations received a total of $13.3 million. In addition, the Omaha Zoo received a separate special award of $5 million. So the entire $33 million was used and spent. So in summary, we received $166 million. We earmarked $163.6 million of that for approved expenditures. Based on our latest estimates, it looks like we spent $155 million from those funds, leaving $11 million unspent. And as you remember, you all passed a resolution in December directing us to use the unspent CARES Act funds to transfer them to the general fund reserve via the presumptive salary and presumptive health and safety salary mechanism. So that money has come over and is in the general fund reserve now. And so my last chart is just a table that kind of shows the 166 million, what we spent it against, and the remaining on the 11 million. So that's the CARES Act summary as of today, and the update on the rent and utility assistance program, the 4.3 million, which the commissioners will have to decide how they'd like to allocate that. And with that, I would answer any questions.
Thank you, Joe. Commissioner Mike Boyle?
There we go. Joe, this is a very good report, very clear. I appreciate it very much. Going to page 8, this is the last page, I guess. We have remaining unspent funds. And can you talk about what limits there may be on that? Are there any federal requirements still existing, or are those all gone?
No, by using the presumptive public health and safety salaries, that qualified under the CARES Act. And so we've taken those now into our general fund reserve, and add that now they're no different than any other money that we have in our general fund reserve, and not subject to the CARES Act restrictions, especially relating to COVID.
Okay. Then I wanted to ask we're getting some new funds that are going to be required. We'll have to spend those in outside the city of Omaha. And and that's about 3 million roughly?
4.3 million.
4.3 million. Okay, if those funds are unspent, will we be doing the same thing with them, moving them into a presumptive public health and safety?
I don't think so, because these are earmarked for rent and utilities. So I think these work where if you don't spend them on rent and utility, you've got to give the money back to the federal government.
Okay, wasn't that the same deal we had?
No, if you remember, we got $166 million, and they didn't tell us how to spend it. None of it was earmarked. We did the earmarking ourselves, where this one came back very specifically targeted toward rent and utility assistance, and that's where they want it spent.
So if that money has to be spent in Valley and Waterloo, places like that, outside in the country? Or
unincorporated Douglas County, it could be spent to people who live in SIDs. It could be spent for those other small cities.
Okay.
It could be spent in rural areas, anywhere but the city of Omaha.
Okay, that's what I want to know. I always kid Mary Ann. I mean, she knows that area really well. Maybe we ought to I kid her because I call it France. But anyway, she's an expert on that area, and so we'll rely on her to kind of give us some guidance. But I appreciate that, and we'll probably have to make some contact with some of those communities, to make sure that they know this is all available, and the Douglas County Gazette and so forth.
And I know we had previously talked that we would probably want to outsource this to a utility, potentially a utility provider, and one of the local community organizations to actually run the administration of it. And so the commissioners are going to have to decide if they still want to do that, and if so, who they want to use.
Will you be bringing the proposal to us or information to us?
I think we'll work in conjunction with it.
Okay, good. I really appreciate it, Joe, and I am so, we're very fortunate to have you. One time Joe called me and asked to meet with me, and I really got the chills. I thought, oh my God, he's going to go to Palm Springs or someplace, and run. Anyway, you do a terrific job, Joe, and we are very, very fortunate. We have some terrific staff that make this whole thing run, and so I sincerely appreciate all your work and your knowledge. I really do. Thank you.
I appreciate that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Mike Boyle. Any other questions or comments? I would like to make a comment about just a couple of things that we would like to, I guess, pay close attention to with that remaining funds. We do have 2 resolutions that we have to take up today, but with those remaining funds and talking with staff, I think we need to really take a breather, if you will, and wait until we see what our tax receipts will be for March. We also have our budget retreat coming up, so we can begin our budget, and I think we're going to be in that cycle where, again, we have to address that $5 to $6 million deficit that we have, a structural deficit, as Commissioner Roger calls it, this year. And then remember that we have the district court judge that was approved by the legislature but put off until 2021, and we'll need funds for that as well because those weren't budgeted. So just keep those in mind as we move forward here. And,
Yes.
and again, I think we have to focus now on the new dollars. And again, I'm sure there'll be additional dollars. We don't know how much or what they're going to look like, but let's just take a breather and see what those three things come to fruition to for us. Commissioner Morgan?
Commissioner Borgeson, you're exactly right. I'm not so worried about the money coming in as far as the people paying their taxes in April, because as you know, they're paying, I think it's 12% interest if they haven't paid them. Mm-hmm. And most people know that today you're getting mortgages at under 3%, and even commercial properties for sure under 4%. So I think the receipts will be good. My concern is more on, and we need to work with the assessor's office on some of the commercial properties and hotels and so on, because I think those values with the decline in their revenues affects the value of those properties. And what we're supposed to do is, try to look at the market value of those properties. So I think that's where we have two things going on, and that one concerns me a bit because we know what's happened with the hotel industry, and we're also seeing the office buildings, as I said yesterday during our pre-board meeting, KFAB yesterday having on there in the early morning around 6:30 about the number of vacancies in the large office buildings on Dodge and so on, and some of those cut back. So you're exactly right. We need to be very cautious because one thing we don't want this year, and I think we can all agree, is any mill levy increase, period, for sure, with what everyone's under extra pressure, and it's not a case where the vaccine's going to cure this problem in the next 6 months for a lot of people.
Yeah, and I think we talked about that commercial real estate might account for 30% of the total property valuation. And and that's the one where I think the residential side in Douglas County has held up pretty well, but the commercial side, there's definitely some red flags.
Mm-hmm. Correct. Mm-hmm. Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
Thank you. I don't disagree with everything that's been said. I mean, I agree with maintaining a tight budget and everything. At the same time, I think we really have to step back and think, what is going on with this pandemic? I mean, there are people that are hurting out there, and so at the same time, we're trying to be fiscally responsible. Again, I completely agree, but we have to be very careful about doing that at the expense of individuals who are still being kicked out of their homes. So there should be a balance there. We, as a local entity, can act and turn on a dime more quickly than waiting for more of these other CARES Act monies to come through. So again, I don't disagree with fiscal responsibility. There are a lot of unknowns there, but right now we do know that people need to stay in their homes. They're being evicted. They're not meeting their rental obligations, and so we have to still do our part as the provider of last resort.
Yeah, and I think the good news there is that we're getting $26 million that we'll be able to put towards rent and utility assistance, which I think is great news.
I do understand that. At the same time, there are strings attached to those, and we still have money in the general fund that can go to those folks that did not qualify for CARES Act money. So I feel that mortgages can still be addressed. I know this is probably on the finance committee down a little bit, but Match has already given out monies to folks to pay for mortgages, they take private funding and do that as well. So I still think that there is room to accommodate that. So the general fund money is easier to distribute to the people who really need it rather than CARES Act money.
Commissioner Mike Boyle?
I feel very strongly, and the money you mentioned, Joe, I think though isn't that earmarked for the rural areas where the city of Omaha is not.
Our 4.3 million is, yes.
Yeah, so I mean, it can't be used for people who live at Fourth and Bancroft, that's
No,
the problem.
but the 22.2 million that the city's receiving can.
Well, that's true, but I think it's what we have here, we have a couple of resolutions that are almost duplicating things. The number 2 talks about $2 million out of the county's general fund to match for rental and mortgage assistance. And then down below, it's the same thing, $2 million out of the county's general fund for rental assistance. It doesn't include mortgages, but one of those should probably go away. I really think, we need to refocus on what the responsibilities are of county government. And county government is involved in the people business, unlike the city. We are directly responsible for the care of the elderly that we take on. We don't have to operate the Douglas County Health Center, but we do. And we have people in there that are suffering dementia. We have elderly people that have no place else to go. We have responsibilities that are very similar to people in the community that are living in multi-generational housing, where we have a family member working in a packing house and comes home and possibly, passes on germs and so forth, the plague to young children and an elderly grandmother. We have a different situation that we're responsible for, and I appreciate the talk about helping the landlords and all the rest that have this big commercial property. I got very involved in that not too long ago and tried to do what I could to give some relief, and I'm very well aware of the vacancies. But there are people who are being thrown out of their homes, where the evictions are still happening. I know President Biden has taken some steps to stop that, but there's so much pain out there. Look at the lines for food. We have a responsibility, and $2 million is not a big amount of money to be allocating. It will really go a long way to help people with rental. And we've never really stepped up for mortgages, but we should give that a try, and if we don't, then it can all go back into the fund if it doesn't work, But $2 million in the scheme of things, giving it to an organization like Match, which can give it to all sorts of people, and I believe even undocumented people, which is a whole slew of those that are really hurting too. So I understand what you're saying about, I've worked a long time with Commissioner Morgan and Joe about property taxes, but I think one of the things I'd like to see do, and this is a long reach, but I think the county assessor needs to develop some more tools that are, more up to date in assessment, to be candid. Someone called me over the weekend and told me about a house that was advertised for $1.7 million in the World Herald. And she looked up the valuation because she lives near, and she looked up the valuation, and the valuation of the house was like $630,000, but it was for sale for $1.2 million. Now, I'm not saying that it should be $1.2 million, but it shouldn't be $630,000, somewhere in between there. And the things are not catching up with it. So let's remember we need to put people first. We really need to focus on that.
1 minute.
And in less than 1 minute, I'll tell you that we really do need to focus on people. So I hope that we don't, that we pass one of those resolutions, and particularly the one that deals with mortgages. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Any other comments on the presentation for Joe?
It was a good one.
Yes, thank you, Joe.
Thanks, Joe.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I would generally agree with the Commissioners Boyle on the idea that we should do something now. There's a gap here between the 2020 CARES funding for rent assistance and what's going to come. We should fill that gap, and we should do it right now.
Thank you. With that, thank you, Joe. And we'll move on to the next presentation, our COVID-19 vaccination update, presented by Dr. Adi Pour, and She is going to be presenting via Zoom, so if you would look at the monitor, please.
Oh, good. Looks to me
So
like
good
Jim's
morning,
going.
County Commissioners, and first of all, thank you for letting me be on Zoom. I just got off these phone calls a minute ago, so this is perfect, actually. So overall, we are moving forward with vaccination, and we are this week about done with phase 1A, tier 1 through 5, which would include all the healthcare workers, emergency responders, pharmacists, dentists, vaccinators in general, long-term care. Long-term care, as you know, have been under a contract with some of the pharmacies. And what I just heard this morning is all the long-term care facilities have received their first dose of vaccine. And there are about 10% or 20% who have already received their second dose. So that is moving forward very quickly too. So at the end of this week, we hope to be done with phase 1A and then starting into phase 1B. As you remember, phase 1B is the phase that includes as the highest priority those 65 years and above. And as I've shared with you before, that is quite a large group in our community. So what we have done over the last 2-3 weeks is really work with our community partners, which is the 3 large health systems and also our FQHC, to have a layered approach in vaccines as we move forward with that age group, so that everybody in our community has an opportunity and a site to go to, but has many opportunities, not just one mass site. So we are calling these our primary vaccination sites, and there are going to be approximately 4 across the county. I can't give you the exact address now because we are still working out some of the logistics. But those 4 primary sites will be in different parts of the community. One is going to be out west, more in the Millard area. One is going to be north, up 72nd North. One is going to be in the downtown area, and one is going to be the site that we have used up to now, which is the Christ Community Church at 108th between Dodge and Center Street. But in addition to these 4 sites, we are going to have Charles True, Fred Leroy Health Center, and One World. Those health centers are also going to serve those seniors that are in the beginning that are patients of their own. So let me talk a little bit about what we are foreseeing to happen next week and at the end of this week. In the end of this week, we have to invent as we go, and we have to work very quickly. Because I remind you that in the beginning, we always thought we were able to use the state system, people could register and then could make an appointment, and that was promised to us being done in middle of January. That has all been delayed now. So potentially a registration system is going to be available the end of January, but an appointment system is not going to be available until the middle of February. So locally now, we have worked through the registration system. We have our own notification system. More than 50,000 people have signed up on that system. And what that system is notifying them when is there a clinic opportunity for them, dependent on what their age is. So what we are foreseeing to do, and we are opening up hopefully by Friday this week at the latest, an appointment system for these 4 primary clinics. But what I really want to emphasize is that we are looking at those 80 years and above. I'm going to say it again, 80 years and above. They are the highest priority at this time. Potentially for 2 weeks, those are the individuals who are going to be vaccinated in our community. That means everyone born in 1941 or before that. All the other seniors and all the other individuals with underlying illnesses or so on, we are asking them to wait at this time. The reason is Douglas County is getting 6,600 doses per week for the foreseeable future. So that means a limited amount of vaccine that we need to prioritize to those who are at highest risk, which are those in the oldest citizens. This is only for residents of Douglas County. So if you are a resident in Potawatomi, Sarpy, surrounding counties, please contact your local health department and you can get vaccinated in that county. That's kind of where we are right now. I have to tell you, a lot of work with the hospital systems has gone on over the last few days. I really want to say what great partners we all are. We are trying to do this as seamless, as easy as we can for our seniors because we all care for them so much. So that's kind of what I can share with you today.
Thank you, Dr. Poor. Any questions, Commissioner Morgan?
Dr. Poor, appreciate what your department has been doing for quite some time on this matter. And my questions are, I'm seeing what other states are doing, and I'm not sure. My understanding is you're talking about 6,000 per week. Am I correct in what you just said?
You are, Commissioner. 6,600 to Douglas County. That is 29% of what the state of Nebraska is getting. They have used an algorithm specifically looking at the older population and are dividing it up depending on the numbers. Now, you may hear that in rural Nebraska, they are already vaccinating some of the seniors, and that has to do is with the fact that in rural Nebraska, they are finding a lot of hesitancy of individuals wanting to take the vaccine. And therefore, instead of having vaccine left over, they are going into further priority groups. And that's why you are seeing a little bit Lincoln, Lancaster, and Douglas County. We are in the same boat, so to say. I talk to that health director just about daily at night to say, where are you at? When are you moving forward? So the larger communities, our urban communities, are step in step.
Okay, this in 6,600 seems low to me per week. The other thing I think I heard you say, if I'm correct, was starting hopefully Friday, I feel like we should have had our 4 locations by this time so we'd be ready. And that's easy for me to say, but I don't know all that's been going on, so I apologize if that offends, anyone. Hopefully we'll have those later this week, the location, so people know. The other thing is the 65-year-olds, 68-year-olds, they're going to have to wait then because we're doing the 80-year-olds, if I heard it correctly. And again, and I'm not sure who's responsible, but it seems a bit disappointing, and I'll yield to others about that, that we're hearing other numbers from other states, but maybe that's the best we can do. I wish it was much higher than that, because that just 6,000, 7,000, whatever, 6,600 just really seems low. Maureen Boyle may have some thoughts about that because she has the expertise of her medical degree. But I just, hear the news and how many others are doing. And Marianne also has an expertise. So I'll finish with that.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
Yeah, I completely understand what Commissioner Morgan is saying, and I think it is a disappointment that the numbers do seem low, but from what I understand too, people, healthcare workers, and I'm one, are vaccinated sometimes not in the county in which they live. For example, I got mine, I work primarily in Iowa, so I got mine in Potawatomi County. Actually, yesterday, I got my second one. So bottom line is I think that some of those numbers are skewed as a result of the fact that people getting them in the county don't necessarily live in that county. So in Omaha, of course, we have a ton of medical professionals, healthcare professionals that may not actually live in the county. So maybe some of it's going there too. A couple questions too. One is, I still feel like the community doesn't feel well informed about the rollout of vaccines. I know that our website has that folks can be notified as to when they're in the tier that gets vaccinated, so they can sign up for notification. And then it sounds like sign up to actually be vaccinated won't open up until mid-February. I feel like we really need to get the word out there, just because I still get a lot of questions about, people who say, well, in Western Nebraska, my friend who's a teacher got this, so why are we not getting it here? So do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, so Dr. Boyle, you are correct. In the beginning, actually the first 2 weeks, we saw that 36% of the healthcare workers that were vaccinated through the health systems were not Douglas County residents. So that had definitely something to do. Even so, I pushed very hard that we got a higher allocation at the beginning. But that has prolonged a little bit why we are potentially a little bit behind from some of the other areas in the city too. I'm as disappointed as both of you commissioners are that we are not getting more doses. And I think the governor is disappointed too. It's not that we need more help. It's not that we need more sites. It's not that we need more vaccinators. It's we need more doses of vaccine.
Yep.
So that's, and I'm not sure why some of the states are seeming to be vaccinating a little bit different priority groups. I've asked the governor, he feels like most of the states got vaccine dependent on their population. So I have the same. Now, in regards to information, we are putting out a news release every day, just in regards to, in general, what our cases are and so on. But we have been very hesitant to put out information in regards to vaccine before we have it in place. These 4 sites have been in place. We know where they are. But what we are working out now is what are the dates and what are the times when we are working in these. So I've heard this morning from the health system, don't announce yet where those sites are. Otherwise, we are going to get flooded with information, with phone calls and so on. So it is that balance that we are trying to have. I understand, and I want to get more information out as quickly as possible.
1 minute.
Now, those 50,000 people who have signed up on our notification list, they will get information too, again, explaining the whole process to them.
I have one more question. If we do get our elderly vaccinated like that, we've talked about in nursing homes, once they have their second shot and 2 weeks later, when supposedly immunity is at its peak, does that mean we can have family come visit, say, nursing homes and all that?
Okay, so I posed a question to ICAP yesterday, and what they are saying is, if at an assisted living facility, 90% of staff and 90% of the residents have been vaccinated, then they can develop the procedure for visitors again. The skilled nursing facilities, they are still waiting for some CMS guidance at this time.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Morgan?
Quick comment, and you don't have to respond to it, but what's disappointing to me is hearing other states that have been doing the people 65 years, and older for over 3 weeks and getting the vaccine. If there's anything any of us can do to be helpful with our congressional people to see that Nebraska is doing better at getting more of the vaccine, we want to help you. And if there is something you feel we can do, because I know you're limited, if you can't get them, how can you give them out? And you are trying to take those most in need first. I respect that. But if there are things we can do as a community with the city, the mayor, and so on to get the people 65 and older into that group, that's what we want to do as fast as we can and get more vaccines.
And I would encourage you all, commissioners, I mean, if you have any input to the federal delegation or so on, I think we need to say that we need more vaccine. And the governor has been very open about that too. So whatever we can do to get more vaccine into Nebraska, I think we need to encourage that to happen.
Well, Commissioner Borgeson has an excellent background and expertise in the medical field for decades. And Marianne, if we should get a emergency resolution passed, and again, Maureen, I'm only mentioning you instead of other commissioners because of your expertise. We need to be at least passing that, and we ought to talk to the city, the mayor, and the council to get the same thing done with our congressional unit. And I know that the president has talked about the number he wants to do. We should be able to start to deal with that when you hear that other states have been doing it for weeks in that 65 age group. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Commissioner Mike Boyle.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Doctor, can you tell me what role, you mentioned ICAP, can you tell me what their role is in inoculation, if any? Is it just governance of some sort, or can you explain who they are and what they do? ICAP?
So ICAP is this group out of the Global Center at Nebraska Medicine. They are the infection control experts who were informing long-term care facilities in regards to what procedures they need to have in place really early on when we had quite a bit of outbreaks. And they also are providing assistance to meatpacking plants. So they are the expert in regards to infection control with congregate living facilities. And they are also what I would say kind of the overseer, the statewide overseer of rules and regulations and working with the State Department who license long-term care facilities. So they are becoming the experts, I would say, in regards to long-term care facilities. If I have questions in general, big questions about long-term care, that's where I would go.
Can you tell me to whom they answer? Do they have a board, or to whom do they answer?
You know, they are an advisory group at this time, and I think their collaboration is really with the licensing department at the state, at HHS.
So ICAP is a state agency?
No, ICAP is a department at Nebraska Medicine.
At Nebraska Medicine. Okay. I'm still a little confused, but we'll try to figure this out. Thank you very much, Doctor. And if, again, I'll say too that if there's anything we can do, we talked once about having vans to inoculate in neighborhoods and so forth. I know, I very seldom say this, but I know I speak for the entire board, that we are really willing to do whatever it is you need to get this done. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh.
Thank you. Doctor, thanks for that. Very informative. I have a couple of quick questions. The Biden administration has announced 100 million vaccines in 100 days, which is maybe a little less than a third of the U.S. population. And breaking that down and connecting the dots to Douglas County, with a 550,000 population, do we have any word from the feds about how that's going to come down to us? Because at 6,600 a week, we're like 80 weeks away from getting everybody vaccinated. And so if the federal administration is stepping this up, it would seem to me that they're stepping up that number to everyone. What are they telling us? I mean, it has to be planned ahead, I suppose. Do you have any word?
So, that was announced, I think, yesterday. I have not had a chance to ask the governor, but I have asked the governor if we get low numbers because of distribution issue or because of manufacturing issue. And he thinks it is because of manufacturing issue of the vaccine. So I'm a little bit puzzled how the Biden presidency can now say that they are going to have $1.5 million, 1.5 million vaccine doses per day, because that would mean manufacturing is ramping up. So I'm like you. I'm questioning how this is going forward. But in regards to, I want to go back to what Commissioner Morgan is disappointed about, and I'm disappointed about too. This hopefully is going to change when we have a third vaccine. And Johnson & Johnson seems to have finished now their trial. And if that is so, they can go for emergency use authorization pretty quickly. And Johnson & Johnson has a benefit in that it is only a one-dose vaccine. Because all of you, I want you to recognize that we have 6,600 first doses, but every week now we are getting second doses too, because everybody needs to have a second dose. So suddenly now we are giving 12,000 or 13,000 doses in Douglas County. But everybody kind of is looking at the third dose, the third vaccine that is being approved.
Thank you. Just one other question. Last time you spoke to us, we talked about the judicial, executive, and legislative branches of government, where they would be in terms of getting vaccines. And I know there have been some discussions, because they talked to me, in the judicial branch in our government. Is there any progress on that? Because it's really backing things up. Our jail is full of people who can't get through court because the lack of vaccines have really cramped the style of the whole criminal justice system. Is there any discussion whatsoever relative to the government structure being vaccinated so we can operate?
So what I can
1
say,
minute. Go ahead, Dr. Poor, 1 minute.
What I can say, Commissioner Kavanaugh, is that we have seen the letters that have gone through to the governor, and also our correction facility has put a letter into the governor. So those discussions are ongoing. I would tell you that I've had discussions with the district court and with some of the judges in the county court to see, can we release or relieve some of the restrictions that we have there, because we have seen in general some decrease in cases in our community. And so thinking forward, what do we need to do to actually decrease the population in our jail at this time? So they are ongoing discussions.
Are these discussions about vaccinating people?
They're not so much about vaccinating people, because I have not gotten any comments from the governor in regards to that. But it's going to take a while. I mean, I think all of us agree that probably the seniors 65 years and above are really the ones that we need to get a hold of and vaccinate at this time. And then those other tiers. So I'm not sure that we want to put another subgroup into those tiers. I will wait for the advice from the governor.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? I have a question. Audie, can you were saying that these 4 sites that we're going to have throughout the county, are these sites going to be long-term sites, or are we going to have to worry about giving a first dose and then having to go find another place? Or are we going to be able to utilize these throughout the process of the two-dose vaccination process?
Yeah, Commissioner Borges, and that's a good question. We are foreseeing that those would be, they are short term, but they are potentially, some of them may be short term and some of them may be long term. But we are taking into consideration, especially for the seniors, that it may be the easiest for them to go back for the second dose to the same location. So we are
Right.
looking at that at this time. But I have also have to share with you that the more we hear that we are getting more doses, Jerry Leahy is looking around for sites for like empty storefronts where we could actually have sites set up for longer terms, 4 or 5 months, and we would always know those are the sites. We would rent furniture in those sites, and we would have it staffed. So that's kind of our long-term goal.
And just to piggyback on the courts issue, I did sign a letter this morning, as you saw previously through the COVID process, with the courts, county attorney, city prosecutor, that we're asking for them to be moved up and vaccinated put into a priority, I guess, because of how it is affecting folks that are sitting in our corrections facility and then not being able to get through their court system. So that should go to the governor today. And then certainly we can draft a letter to our federal delegation on behalf of the board to encourage them to do whatever they can to provide us or get us additional doses. And we can work with you, Dr. Poor, on the wording of that. I think that's a good idea. And then, just so I make sure I heard it right, the notification, there's 50,000 that went through the notification process on our Douglas County website. So we had initially thought it was going to be the state system to register people. That's not the case, so we have to do our own, and that registration is going to be, hopefully, the appointment system for us will be up and running by the middle of February.
No, that's not quite true. So the first part, you have it right. We have that notification system that we set up. Because the state appointment system is not going to be up till the middle of March, we are now working on our own appointment system. And that should be up by Friday at the latest.
Okay.
The
All right, thank you.
The states, and so the discussion now is, do we even want to use the state system as we go forward, or do we just want to remain with our system? The state system has some advantages, and one of the advantages that it feeds directly into the Nebraska immunization registry. So what is now happening, what we have to do, we have about 12 National Guard people here who all that they are doing is they are putting in data into this Nessus system by hand, because that's how our systems do not talk at this time. So within the next week or so, we need to really make some decision if we want to stay with Douglas County system only, which has manual data entry, or if we want to move over to the state system, which is a very nice system. I've seen a demo of it, but it would be delayed by February, the middle of February, but we would not need to do data entry at that time.
Thank you, Dr. Poor. Commissioner Mike Boyle?
I think what we ought to do, just what you just last talked about, having people hand enter all this sort of thing, I think that's the sort of thing that Mr. Cruz could help us with at the Joint Computer Center, you know, and we have a representative too, so I hope that we can help Dr. Poor make that contact, because that doesn't sound like a very good way to be doing business, and maybe not a good thing. We need them to do other things, maybe. I'm not trying to interject myself, but I think we could help is my point. One of the things that I ran into, I did sign up on the computer, and it was really, I was quite baffled by it. I am in that group of people that when I look at a computer, I don't understand the language. You know, for example, I'm not even sure what download means. I don't know if that means, you know, print or put it up in the cloud or put it in my briefcase, or what does download mean? Anyway, so I'm very handicapped at that. I admit that, which is why they kid me about using a hammer to fix the computer when it goes wrong, because anyway, it's bad. There are a lot of people, I just turned 77 in January 19th, and there's a lot of people that I run into, quite a few, usually at the grocery store, elderly folks, I try to avoid the grocery store, but elderly folks who don't have a computer, who can't get signed up. And I don't know what we should do, how we can contact them. Maybe it's with somehow find a mailing list of somebody out of, you know, various church lists or something, and get some information to them, like a postcard they can return postage free that gets them on this list. But anyway, there are a lot of elderly people like me who have a hard time operating a computer. So I don't know what we can do to help that, but I think we need to maybe do some postcard things that are sitting in public places that people can pick them up and take them and fill them out and return them to us. Maybe that's the best way. Anyway, I mentioned that because I think we have to do that because it's needed.
So, Commissioner, I think you're absolutely right, and we have thought about this hard. So remember, those who are in independent living, they are going to get, we have a contract with a pharmacy who's going to go out directly to those independent living facilities and vaccinate individuals. So those individuals do not have to get on a bus and go to a site or so on. The other way we are asking family members to potentially sign up grandma and grandpa, and they can use, you know, their internet address and so on. And then we are using media, and at the site also there will be individuals. We will have slots available for those who have not signed up. But again, 80 and above in the first 2 weeks, Douglas County residents only. I think our biggest fear is that we are making it comfortable for the elderly.
Okay, thank you, Doctor.
Questions or comments for Dr. Poor? Definitely appreciate your presentation and update. And I can tell you, because I've heard of a facility where the pharmacy came in and on one of the independent living facilities, and it just went just slick as all slick could be. So that part is working. So we are at least making some progress there. I think the biggest point I take from this conversation is that we really don't need sites, we don't need vaccinators, we need vaccine. And that's what we need to focus our efforts on in any way, shape, or form that we can. So thank you, Dr. Port. Commissioner Mike, let me see. Nope, you've spoken twice. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Dr. Ford. We will move on to our committee discussions. Our first committee is Finance, the budget report as presented, unless there's anything anyone would like to comment on. Next, we have the resolution allocating $2 million out of the county's general fund reserve to match Metro Area Continuum of Care for the Homeless to provide rental and mortgage assistance to those Douglas County residents who have been negatively impacted by COVID-19 pandemic, and to distribute those funds to other local profits for this purpose. This again was laid over from last week, and we did address it during our pre-board meeting yesterday. And I think, Commissioner Boyle, you kind of changed your position on that from yesterday to today's comments. So go ahead and anything you want to say? Commissioner Mike Boyle?
Yes. what I want to say is that I actually haven't changed my position. I'm trying desperately to compromise. I'm trying to be nice, and kind to everybody, and try to, when I hear things they don't want to do, I figure out, well, what can we do, So I am, that's the problem. I'm trying to get along. But I feel very strongly about this. This is a gap that exists. We're going to get funds to help people in the Valley and Waterloo and outside the city. And I know the city has it, but that's a whole nother operation. They're going to have to jump through all the hoops that are put together by the feds. And we have this money that we can give to Match that has experience. They have 11 or 12 agencies they deal with, and they distribute federal funds, and they know who the players are and who does a good job and so forth. This is a rare opportunity for us to get help directly to people in Douglas County who are really hurting. They're the people that are lining up for food, and they need help with rent. I know that evictions are suspended apparently, but this is a real need that I think we need to meet. And I understand, we want to help, businesses that have trouble filling their shopping centers and all that. I have a big heart for those folks too, but I think we need to really focus on what the county is supposed to be doing. We operate a mental health facility. We have a facility for the aged, for the people suffering from dementia. We're the ones who do, operate the food stamps, the general assistance. We operate detox. We take care of people. That's what we do. That's our role in government. This is taking care of people. So I plead with you to please approve this. Now, if the money is not distributed, if something comes up, it doesn't work like the other funds, it will come back to us. And $2 million is certainly a reasonable amount of money to help people. So I hope that you'll consider that this is our first responsibility in local government. Thank you.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Thank you. I agree with Commissioner Boyle, and we should do this now. There's a gap here between the 2020 CARES program and what's coming next. We should fill that gap, and $2 million should be adequate to do that. If it's too much, we can lapse it back, as we did with the unexpended portion of the 2020 CARES Act monies. So there's no harm, no foul there. But we need to cover this gap with this bridge financing and do it now.
Thank you. Commissioner Maureen Boyle? Oh, I'm sorry, wait a minute. Commissioner Rogers? Sorry. I skipped.
Look, originally I was not going to support this, and I don't want to, and I can't support it to Commissioner Boyle. I mean, if there's an alteration to take it down to $1 million, I just say this: I have great hesitancy about the mortgage piece, but I do know there's some need. I don't know how they're going to do this, and this is my deal. Their match has money for mortgages, and I know some of the original conversation in the CARES Act funding was, and conversations that I had with people, is that if we were going to take care of the rental through CARES, they would do the mortgage piece. And I know people have been sent there. I do understand the need. I'm really not comfortable at 2, but because the fact is that this money is not coming back. Because once it goes to them, it doesn't have the string. So there are mortgage needs. And I just want to know for the fact that there's no gap. The fact of a gap is because they just put the moratorium in for evictions. So there's not a rental gap. So, if it's at the 2, Commissioner Boyle, I'm not comfortable with that. But if it goes to $1 million, I can do that. Thank you.
Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
I just want to make the point again that this is different from CARES Act money. The restrictions just are not on it. And so for that reason, those people who did not get money under CARES can possibly apply and qualify for this. The other thing too is initially we gave $10 million of CARES Act money to Reynolds, and we got 2 of it back. This is really the $2 million we're kind of giving back. So I feel like that's important to recall too. Again, people need help out there. So more than anything, I think we have to just remember what we're elected to do, and that's to really take care of the most fragile among us. We're only as strong as the most fragile among us, and so I think it's a big deal to do that. As far as the Match's ability to handle mortgages, yes, this is what they do, and they vet people, they figure that out. So So I don't know, Commissioner Rogers, I think there's probably somebody from Match probably watching this right now, but bottom line is they can probably address concerns about why mortgages should not be covered, whereas I think that they should. So yeah, if you want to speak to that, I think I'd like to hear about it.
Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you. And to Commissioner Maureen, I'm not arguing that deal. What I'm saying is, I'm not comfortable with the two because I know they have existing money for the mortgages. And that's what I'm saying. I'm saying that money's not coming back because it doesn't have the restriction. So the only thing I'm saying is that I'm personally not comfortable with the two. If it gets amended to the one, I am good because they have existing money. They can handle that. And I think they need to worry about, I'm trying to find a mean and peace because I know there's a need in the mortgage space. I am going to actually, I won't be supporting the rental piece because the city and everybody has money and that will be flowing. But the mortgage piece, I definitely am sensitive to. I don't agree with the amount because they have that, and I'm trying to balance this deal. So I'm with you there. I'm just not at the 2 range.
Commissioner, let me go back for a minute. Commissioner Maureen Boyle, were you finished?
I think that's just the big point again is 1 million or 2 million. I don't think we can give Match too much money. They're going to be responsible with it. They're going to provide the needs to the community. So I think that's I think 2 million is going to give them a huge jump start. I mean, there are people downstairs right now from us being evicted in eviction court. So if we were to, go down there and, I mean, I'm tempted to go down there and stand there with checks. Sometimes it's just so scary to think that this is happening in our own building right now. So bottom line is I think 2 million is still just a drop in the bucket. I think 2 million is a good place to be.
Thank you. Commissioner Morgan?
I tend to agree with Commissioner Rogers on the million at this point. I still have concerns about the mortgage because part of the mortgage is going to principal, and that would become income to those people also. The other thing is I know that the banks are working with people on their mortgages and trying to help them on the mortgages with interest only and so on. So I would be, I'm just at this time opposed to the 2 million, considering also the city's going to get 22 million for rental assistance. Now, I don't know if any of that can go to mortgages, probably not, but I think the million is a good starting place, and we're still going to be here later to see how that's going, and at some point you'd like to have Match here to hear more about it. I haven't heard from anyone on the mortgages so far telling me about that issue on the mortgages, and I want to be certain that there's certain standards that you can't just go there to get the mortgage money. What is your situation and why? So I'd want to at least hear more about that.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Anyone else have any other comments? Commissioner Friend?
I did, thank you, Madam Chair. Commissioner Mike Boyle brought up a point earlier, and I still think that there's some legitimacy to it. I think that there's some redundancy here between resolutions, some redundancy between resolutions 2 and 3. Frankly, these need to be merged, in my opinion. We are in the people business. I mean, the county, any public policymaker is in the people business because you're representing the people, right? I do think that we need to be really, really careful because all the money that we're talking about here, 2 million, 4 million, 6 million, these ideas and this thought process flying around is all the people's money. Now, we're just trying to figure out how to get it back to them. So I think that if we can look at resolutions 2 and 3, this is just my opinion, if we can look at resolutions 2 and 3 and forget about who's getting credit for any of these, because it doesn't matter to me as a policymaker. Now, easy for me to say, right? I just got elected. I don't care 4 years from now either. Trust me. I don't care who gets the credit. But I think if we are in the people business and we are trying to be careful, I'm not trying to make an impassioned speech here, but this concerns me a little bit. We won't be taking care of people if we just start making decisions and throwing money around when redundancy can be dealt with, and we can actually deal with something like this in a pretty rational manner. I think we ought to think about that. I mean, I don't know what's going to happen with Resolution 3. I would ask Madam Chair to address that here in a little bit, I guess. But I'm really concerned. What is our budget going to look like 5 months from now? What's it going to look like 10 months from now? These are the great unknowns. And sure, I'd like to toss, what are we staring at? $12 million here in 2 resolutions. I'd love to throw that back out right now. But I think we just need to be careful. That's my only point. Thank you.
Thank you, and if I may, I probably should have said it at the beginning, except for my resolution and Commissioner Rogers wasn't up. We were going to suggest that the $2 million for rental assistance be stricken out of that second resolution because of the additional funds that have come through the federal government to the city of Omaha and to Douglas County. So, any other questions or comments on resolution under finance item 2? Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
Just to make the point again, if that's the case where that $2 million is out, that is for rental assistance. I still think the mortgage assistance needs to be there. So that's why I think resolution 2, keep the $2 million there and then delete it from resolution number 3. And again, I want to stress this is different from CARES Act money. There aren't the restrictions on there. They can give it to immigrants or other folks that just don't qualify for it. As far as match, they do this. You can't give them, quote, too much money to help with mortgages. We talk about worrying about the budget a few months down the road, but I worry about the people that are hurting today. So we really have to walk that fine line. I understand I'm a fiscal tightwad myself, but at the same time, there are people hurting here. So that's my last 2 cents.
Commissioner?
Able to speak?
Yes, Commissioner Boyle, this is your second time.
Okay.
Yes, go ahead.
Thanks. I was waiting for a dart. But anyway, okay, yeah, there are people who do need mortgage help. We've had Dr. Fine here several times, and a representative of the Sudanese community, which is I guess it is the largest except for Sudan. There's a real need. There are really energetic people who are out there, and they do have mortgages that they have to take care of. And I think we ought to give it a try. There's been some large counties, my understanding, that have done mortgages successfully, and a fella called me several months ago now, and he had just gotten laid off from his company, and his health insurance was tied with it, so he didn't have health insurance, and of course he's got to make a mortgage payment, and he's got a wife and 2 kids, and she is a homemaker. So anyway, there are people out there. There are silent people, and I think we ought to put that together and match as experts at this. So and that's one of the big differences is that. The one that we have up above is using match, which is what I wanted to do in the beginning instead of even using Deloitte. So anyway, I'm keeping focused on, as Maureen said, I think we come from the same family, I guess, don't we? We've got some of the same values that I'm really concerned about the people. And the money that came in here, the money that's in these resolutions was sent to us by the federal government to spend to help people. And that's why we had that discussion over the $10 million for the juvenile center. That's why we're in this discussion again today. But let's focus on why the money was sent to us and for what purpose. It was sent to us to help people. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Luis?
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. My comments are on the various resolutions. Just really quickly, I do recall last year when, now correct me if I'm wrong, that when Donna Cush was here from OCF, Omaha Community Foundation, she mentioned that there was, or no, it was your general assistance, that's what it was, that people who felt impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic were being denied rental assistance. When they applied for it, they didn't have enough documentation for that money to go to them. There's gonna be people who aren't going to be asking for money just because they don't know that there's money available. There's all these things that either prevent or allow people to get money. And so Commissioner Maureen Boyle, I think, makes a great point that the money that you're dealing with right now, it comes from your general fund. And I think that's a big plus. So here on your report you got from Joe Lorenz says that you wanted to spend $14 million on rent and utility assistance, $10 million for rent assistance, but the general assistance managed the rent assistant program and dispersed only $7.7 million out of the $10 million. So the need isn't changing, hasn't changed. The question is how you're getting the money out, and there's been discussion on that the information isn't there for the people. So sending out notices, maybe sending a mailer or two about the county's assistance is a good idea. I just wanted to say that. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis.
Can I make a comment?
Any other, let's see, who's,
Gary?
Gary, yes, you're on.
Yes. Okay, I'll try to make this quick, but this is the third meeting I've attended. Oh, you need my address. I'm Jerry Rathouse, and I'm at 11703 Crier Avenue. And like I say, this is the third meeting I've attended, and they're getting better every time. I really want to say that. I thought Joe's presentation of where the monies went really went a long way to the confusion, clearing up the confusion that was at the last meeting. And so I think that's a great way to do it. I have to agree with both Boyles that are saying, the rental money is the rental and the mortgage money is very important, I think, to the people. And I think that is the basis of giving this money. So that's one thing I want to say. The other thing is that it's important to think that there's going to be another slug of money coming this way from what's going on in Congress right now. And as soon as they get something passed, there's going to be that money to deal with, I think. And I guess the only thing I want to say about that is, again, we need to examine. I don't know enough about this to make it more than just a comment. But what I was thinking is that the money that was spent on a lot of the different things like community non-people thing necessarily, but like the art museum or the whatevers. I don't know enough about how you normally do that, but I just want to keep reminding that this money, I think, was sort of not a windfall, because that'd be the wrong thing to call it, but something that is out of the normal, and it ought to be spent in the same way, same thing it was. That's about all I'm saying. Otherwise, I'm starting to repeat myself. So thanks for listening to me. I appreciate it. Thanks for the work you guys are doing. It's been wonderful.
Thank you, sir. Appreciate your comments. Anyone else on Zoom wanting to make a comment?
Hi, this is Stacy Warner with Match, the metro area. Uh, I wanted to let you know that I am on the line if you had any questions
Okay, thank you.
about our services. And I did want to let you know that there's been some comments about the eviction moratorium, and the eviction moratorium by the CDC has been extended through March 31st. However, it does have a number of criteria, and it puts the responsibility on the tenant. Individuals could still have an eviction hearing scheduled even if they have provided that to their landlord. And it also requires them to be actively seeking assistance as one of the indicators that they attest to on that form. This week alone, there are 36 evictions scheduled downstairs right now. So that is continuing. There is still a need for both rental and mortgage assistance. And we don't know when those additional federal stimulus dollars will actually be available. Right now, Match has very limited private funds, and we distribute those internally and with 20 other partner organizations. We do have very limited funds at this time until those federal stimulus funds become available, and we don't know exactly how those will be allocated or distributed out to the community members. But I am available to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Stacy. Commissioner Morgan?
Very much appreciate your being on Zoom and commenting. A couple quick questions, I hope. One is, you're probably going to be working with the city on that rental money that they'll be receiving, hopefully. Secondly, when you're doing the mortgages, is there some qualification that you're looking at when you're doing that, just briefly, as to who gets the funds for the mortgages if we were to get this $2 million going this morning?
Yes, we have the same criteria for our any of our housing instability assistance, both for rental assistance and for mortgage assistance. And it's a variety of criteria. We're looking at individuals' homelessness status, if they are at imminent risk of homelessness. That may mean that they either have an eviction scheduled, or they have a home in foreclosure, or getting close to that point in a default state. And we gather a variety of information. We look at their, like I said, their risk of homelessness. We look at some risk factors related to potential future homelessness. We look at income, the number of individuals in the household. And currently our criteria is 80% or below of the area median income for the household. And in doing that, the other organizations that we partner with, they complete a request form, we review it, ensure that all of the information is available. It requires a copy of the lease, a notice, or a statement indicating how much is due or in arrears. Same thing with the mortgage. It requires the mortgage statement, foreclosure notice. We also have conversations with the tenant's property manager, or if it's a mortgage company, with the bank or financial institution before we provide any of that assistance. And we gather all of that documentation, provide approval for those funds to be expended, and then they are sent directly to either the mortgage company or to the property owner if it's a rental situation.
Okay, and I know Commissioner Boyle would like to know how you're doing the mortgage information. You may call him later, but I think you covered it pretty well. Do you look at the amount of the mortgage? So if I'm living in a $550,000 home versus, someone living in a $200,000 home, are you kind of looking at those numbers a little bit?
We're not necessarily looking at the total mortgage amount. We're looking at the household median, the income of the household, and looking at if they are below that 80% median income. If they are in the 50 to 80% area median income, we're also looking at risk to homelessness factors. So we would look at if they've ever experienced homelessness in the past, if they have young children in the home, we also look at if they are in a higher risk category with COVID vulnerability. So we have a variety of risk factors that we're looking at for those that are in those higher income brackets. But we do, at this time, require everybody to be under 80% AMI. We do have some flexibility in looking at that different criteria.
Okay, and I'll give you one more thought, and you can always call me. I give out my cell all the time. But if I can be helpful to you with the people in need, I'll just mention one other quick thing that you probably know better than me. But I know people are able to get 2.3 mortgages right now from banks. And I know of situations where they've done that, if they're paying 3.7 or 3.5, and the banks are willing to work with people who are in those dire straits. So keep that in mind too, that helps them, because this amount of money, even if it is a $2 million, with what's going on, it may not cover all the people. But if you can help people, not just with doling out the money, but also kind of getting them to negotiate with the bank to get that lower rate, that can be helpful to the people for the future. So it's not a case where, we are able to keep them in their home for another 3 or 4 months, but now
1 minute.
they're gone.
Absolutely. One of our partners is also Family Housing Advisory Services, and we work closely with them. And many of the individuals that do receive mortgage assistance have been referred to them for their homeowners education programs, and they work with them on how to talk with their financial institution, what some of their different options are, how to negotiate that. And what those options are sometimes varies by the financial institution. So that education is also occurring, and we're connecting people to the resources and providing them even some of the just even printed information on how to go about that and how to talk with their financial institution. So we do that. I also want to say with these funds through our Housing of Problems Solving Initiative, it does allow us much greater flexibility.
Time.
Funds.
Thank you, Stacy.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. With that, do we have a motion?
To approve item 2.
Second.
All right, there's a motion and a second to approve item 2 under finance. Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all other commissioners voting in person.
Thank you. Item 3 is a resolution allocating $2 million out of the county's general fund reserve for rental assistance, $2 million for food assistance, and $6 million for mental health services. And again, I would just repeat that the sponsors of this are taking off the $2 million for rental assistance, which leaves the $2 million for food, which would go to the food bank, and $6 million for mental health, which would be determined when we come up with the plan. Is there a motion to approve?
Make a motion to approve minus the $2 million for rental.
There's a motion and a second by Commissioner Rogers, or a motion by Commissioner Rogers and second by Commissioner Boyle. Any questions or comments? Commissioner Mike Boyle?
Excuse me, I would like some more information. We did talk about the $6 million. This is really an important thing to me, and I really think that's a very good amount, and mental health is something we need. And we've got $2 million already, so now we're making some progress on an old issue and a new issue at the same time. So I'm really excited about that. So I'm very, very pleased that you put that in there, Commissioner Borgeson.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Maureen Boyle?
Yeah, just to make the point, we were just talking about spending $2 million on match, and now we're talking about $6 million for mental health. Even though it sounds like we're contradicting ourselves, I feel that mental health is a new pandemic. So it's not a bad idea to have money set aside to make a long-term plan on something like this. So I'm in favor of it.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Kavanaugh, I can't see if your hand raised from this time or last time. I'm sorry.
That's okay, it's this time.
Okay, go ahead, it's your turn, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm in favor of the 2 million for food assistance, 6 million for mental health. It sounds like a great thing. There's not a single piece of paper showing us what we would do with this, nor is there a reason that we have to do it today. It's curious that we have all these debates over burning issues that are front burner right today: rent, mortgage, food, but no discussion whatsoever about a $6 million set aside for something that sounds good. And I think we're all in favor of mental health services, but there's no backup. And I would just point that out as an example of really kind of sloppy procedural agenda setting on a big ticket item. There's no reason that we have to do 6 million for mental health today. I'm in favor of mental health as much as anybody else. Tell me what you're talking about, because I hear rumors that you want to buy a building someplace. There's been no public discussion of that. This smacks of what we had problems with in the juvenile justice center thing, where we're just throwing big dollar amounts at no plan, no public discussion, and consequently, not a very good product. So I point that out. I'm certainly in favor of the $2 million for the food assistance, and if it's linked with the $6 million for mental health, well, so be it. I'll pay that price to get food assistance, but there needs to be some fleshing out of what do you mean by the words mental health. Mental health services is something that we all support. What do you mean by that?
Thank you. Commissioner Mike Boyle?
Commissioner Kavanaugh and I are absolutely thinking the same thing on this issue, except that I did attend by Zoom the pre-county board meeting yesterday, and I'm so pleased that it occurred, and it's really a step forward. And this was one of the things that was discussed at length. And I asked the same questions because it's just sitting there on the paper, 6 million for mental health. I said, what in the world is that? Well, Commissioner Borgeson did go through a list of what her priorities are, what she's thinking about, and it's open for discussion. And so if I could, I'd like to ask Commissioner Borgeson to please give the information to Commissioner Kavanaugh as you gave to me and the other commissioners yesterday. It was very helpful.
Thank you for that.
Commissioner Kavanaugh, you don't have the floor yet. I thought you were done, so hang on a minute so I can answer Commissioner Boyle. I'm a little bit reluctant to throw anything out so that people don't think that I'm having discussions or a plan prior to any further discussions. I do have my own thoughts, and they were thoughts that were within conversations, but there is no plan.
No. Well, if I may, let me just mention a couple of things that I picked up that are pretty neutral and I think supportive. One of which I want to mention is working with the Omaha Police and the Douglas County Sheriff's Office to provide mental health assistance. Just 2 days ago, I think it was in Arkansas, a family called for help with a father who was mentally ill, and they said he's mentally ill. And so they sent a police officer who was trained in this sort of thing, and he sat down on a chair and talked to the fellow and calmed him down. Well, the next day, the father had the same episode. They called and said, this is us again. He's having more trouble. Well, they sent out a police officer, and he was not trained. And before it was all over, he shot the man in the back 3 times and killed him. I mean, it was just incredible. And I'm waiting for something horrid like that to happen here. We have an excellent police force in the city. I'm very familiar with it from not from being arrested, but from being around them. And also the sheriff's office as well. They're professionals. But this can happen. Something can go wrong. So anyway, this is one of the things that Commissioner Borgeson put in there, is assisting with sending out people who are mental health professionals when it's needed. And that's one of the biggest items that I'm so much in favor of.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Kavanaugh?
You just saw an example of no rules. I tried to comment on a comment that Commissioner Boyle directed to me and was cut off. And then Commissioner Boyle comments on a comment of Commissioner Borgeson, and that's allowed because Commissioner Borgeson plays favorites. There are no real rules. The point is that we don't have to vote on a pig in a poke here for the $6 million. The discussions that were alluded to, I think, remind me of the discussions that were taking place years before any public notice was given on the Juvenile Justice Center thing that came to light from a Freedom of Information request by the local media. Showed that years before anybody had a clue, concrete discussions were taking place between commissioners, some of the commissioners supporting this same thing, and private members of the community interested in real estate and construction development. I think discussions have been taking place between commissioners and people, private people in the community regarding real estate matters regarding this. There could have been easily information attached to this resolution outlining what took place in this ad hoc pre-board meeting easily. And why not? We have discussions about everything else. I don't think there's any reason that this should be secret. It should be fleshed out and put out to the public for their information so that they can have input relative to what's going on. Not a repeat of what we've already had with private, behind the closed doors discussions with private people about real estate and construction matters.
Are you done, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes.
Thank you. Anyone else wanting to speak on this agenda item? There was a motion and a second. Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all others commissioners voting in person.
I'd like the record to reflect, I vote yes
we
because
will-
I'm in favor of food assistance and that I question the underlying agenda behind
You don't have the floor, Commissioner Kavanaugh.
mental health
We will move
services.
on to the Health and Human Services, or Human Resources. We have legislative issues. The weekly report from Civil Services as presented, but the legislative issues that we are being asked to look at, discuss and take action of support are listed there. And I will, Marcos is on the Zoom call, but I will go through them real quick. And if anybody has any questions for Marcos, he is with us today to answer those. So LB 83 is a change, the Open Meetings Act, to provide for virtual conferencing. This is brought to the floor by Senator Flood. The hearing is on January 27th, and we're being asked to support this. We also are one that we're asking for it. LB 201 is a change provision relating to jurisdiction over juveniles. This is brought by Senator Pansing Brooks. It has a hearing in Judiciary on January 28th, and I know there's going to be some comments on that, so we will talk a little bit more about that one. Item LB 215 is a change in the 911 service charge provisions, and this was brought by Senator Hughes. And the hearing date is to be determined, and again, this is one of our legislative items. So that we are made equal to all other 92 counties in the surge charge amount that we receive. LB 313 is a change provision relating to late applications for homestead exemptions. This is brought by Senator Sanders, and it will be heard in the Revenue Committee with a date to be determined. And LB 462 is appropriate funds to the Department of Health and Human Services. This is Senator Dorn's, and it will be heard in appropriations, the hearing date to be determined, and basically it is requesting an additional 3% to that fund. LB 585, again, appropriates funds for local public health departments, and this is Senator Vargas. committee and hearing date to be determined, but again, this is another one in which we have been active in wanting and are asked to support. So is there a motion to approve all of these as, is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Commissioner Mike Boyle, second by Commissioner Rogers. We will go back and in LB 201, Commissioner Rogers? Oh, okay. LB 201 is a change provisions relating to jurisdiction over juveniles. I know that our county attorney is here and wanted to speak on this.
Don Klein, Douglas County Attorney. Thank you, Chairman. Madam Chair. You might wonder why I decided to come up here. Well, because I get asked questions when you all vote on things about resolutions to support legislation. I get phone calls saying, your county supports this? Do you support this? And so I want to make sure you understand our position on this as county attorneys, because we have the most experience in this background, and I don't think really I've ever talked to anybody except Commissioner Borgeson for a minute yesterday about this bill. First of all, I think it's very admirable, and we all in the criminal justice system should be working to have less people detained and less people in prison. That's our goal. That's why we have all the different programs that we have in our Douglas County Attorney's Office with diversion and young adult court and drug court and veterans treatment court and mental health diversion. So I think that's important. In the juvenile court system, I've always believed that we need to put a lot of resources in there because I believe in juvenile court. I believe that if we can turn a person in the right direction, that we should do so. I have 16 lawyers that work in juvenile court right now, so there's a lot of resources that we have there. And most of the cases that we file on criminal cases that are even felony cases go to the juvenile court system. The great majority of them do. Some of them we retain, we file on them as adults. And those kinds of cases are murder cases, robberies with guns, assaults with weapons, serious assaults, and we retain jurisdiction. We make the decision, use our prosecutorial discretion to charge them as adults. Even though we do that, a district court judge can change our decision and still send that case to juvenile court if he feels that we were wrong in that regard. But these are very, very serious cases. And there is an issue with regard to expediting cases with what they call them 620 hearings, the juvenile court transfer hearings that they have before a district court judge. Senator Lathrop is sponsoring a bill that we support this session that says once you have a juvenile transfer hearing before a district court judge, that the judge has to make a decision on that transfer hearing within 30 days so that people don't just languish waiting for a decision from a judge with regard to that transfer motion if the judge feels that that's not appropriate to retain jurisdiction in the adult court. So that's a bill the County Attorney Association is supporting. This bill, I am not supporting. In fact, I'm going to testify this Thursday against this bill, or somebody from my office will if I can't be there. And the Nebraska County Attorneys Association is voting against this bill, not supportive of this bill. Because what you're saying here, Senator Pansy Brooks is saying, is any case with somebody under 19 that commits a murder, a robbery with a gun assault, automatically goes to juvenile court, period. And then we have to try and fight and have a hearing in juvenile court to get the case sent back down to adult court. And I think that's a bad process. There's nothing wrong with the process the way it works now. And, you know, if I was doing something very wrong there in retaining jurisdiction over juveniles, the people get to vote on me every 4 years as far as an election process. If it's done the other way, nobody has to really answer to that. It just goes up to juvenile court. we'll see what happens with the juvenile court system, if they'll send that case back down to adult court or not, but nobody really has to answer for that. So it's really troubling to me. I don't think it's a very good way of doing business. I think you have to trust the system itself, the criminal justice system, the fact of your county attorney's office and the discretion that they have in making a decision to file as an adult, and then a district court judge who can reverse that decision and send the case to juvenile court. That's the way the system works, and it works well that way. Other than the delay process that I said that's trying to be corrected to make the judges make a ruling within 30 days of having that hearing. So, you know, I have to answer to victims' families.
1 minute, Don.
Sure, they come to me. For instance, we had a 17-year-old who walked into a quick shop in South Omaha and pointed the gun at the clerk and shot him in the chest and killed him. You know, to me, to answer to them saying, how does this happen? You mean the murder case of my husband or my brother or whatever got sent to juvenile court? And the jurisdiction, remember, in the juvenile court system is only till they're 19, and that jurisdiction absolutely ends at 19. So that's a problem. And that's why I think we should trust the system the way it is now, rather than make this change and said, okay, all cases go to juvenile court and you have to fight to try and bring them back downstairs to the adult system.
Thank
But
you.
if you have any other questions, I'd be happy to answer them in that
Okay,
regard.
thank you. Commissioner Kavanaugh? Commissioner Rogers?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Don, thank you for coming down. Appreciate your opinion. And we're gonna respectfully disagree on this. And I want to ask the board to support it because one, I think, you know, the implication is, and it's not being said, but this is what I hear to some degree, that by them going to juvenile court, they're not going to be held accountable. I mean, if this starts at juvenile court, the only difference to me that happens is that a juvenile court judge makes the decision instead of the district court. And that's what juvenile court was set up for, the expertise of kids of that age. There's been plenty of decisions made in juvenile court to keep a kid detained. And I'm not saying that came out the county attorney's mouth, but it's implied as if they go to juvenile court, they can't be held. And they can. I think the fact that saying there's not accountability in some degree is not totally true, because these judges, once they're appointed, have to come back before the public to some degree, so there is a sense of accountability there. And it's not to say that I don't think that they're thinking about that in some respect, but this is, you know, some of the realisticness of it to some degree. And, you know, I think there is a shift in the power balance here, because if that happens, if this happens, the county attorney's office then has to make the case about why the kid should be moved up. It's only reversal of why it happens then. I think there's some significant implications in regards to you seeing how it plays out in the system now. One, when that kid gets placed through district court, the kid is not accessible to services. So flowing through the juvenile realm first makes that an option. Second is, there is some data that we have to some degree that shows, I mean, there's no correlation at all that public safety is threatened by going to juvenile versus the district court. I think that we have some legit data that's been assembled throughout the years, and looking at this particular piece that shows, I mean, there's a couple of cases, and I'll just pull out, but there's, you know, there's not anomalies. It's not just one sitting out, that after time of the kid being booked into for an adult charge, that kid's spending a significant amount of time in that center just to then be moved down to the juvenile court. The only thing that this does is flip it and make the burden of proof on the county attorney's office. And in all due respect, the county attorney's office has a tremendous hand in this with the filing piece. So it just flips that to some degree. I think it allows the juvenile court who has the expertise in that to do something to move it. And in some degree, we have data that correlates that the length of time sitting there waiting for that. I think that the bill that's there that needs to do with the time limit for the transition of courts is worthy too. But I think this is consistent with how a lot of places do it across the country too.
1 minute.
So I'd like to ask my colleagues to support it. I understand they'll have a different RAM and we'll go from there, but this is, I think, a phase that has continually helped to some degree. And, you know, most of the time when a lot of these there, we usually differ in that respect, but this, I think, will have a significant advantage to where we want to go. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Morgan?
I'd like to request from the chairperson, Madam Chairman, if we could pull 201 out when we vote on this,
Sure.
please.
Yep, absolutely. Anything else?
Nope.
Okay. Anyone else have a comment or question on 201? All right, we will pull that. Oh, Commissioner Boyle, Mike
Well,
Boyle?
I don't understand. I pushed this light, and my name was on there, but it doesn't show up. I've had a lot of trouble with this particular piece of legislation. It does have a little comment after, you know, everybody goes to juvenile court and accept those certain cases that may be transferred by to county court or district court as provided. Well, that is a burden that is shifted to the county attorney, and you know, I've been very concerned about the number of young people, particularly young black boys, young men, who are in our facility who have used weapons in their act that got them put in there in the first place. And I really have a very, very difficult time. And listening to Commissioner Rogers just kind of solidified it to some extent when he talked about that this child is deprived of programs. Well, the example that Mr. Klein used, where this young man walked in and pulled a gun, and I remember the case, it was in South Omaha, and there doesn't seem to be any reason why that happened, that he shot him and killed him. I mean, I just don't understand what programs that young man could be offered that would be of any kind of rehabilitation, even on a long term. So I don't know. I mean, I'm trying to separate the child from the crime, and it's difficult. So I agree. I do want to see this set aside because I don't know that that's really a good use of, that we ought to shift this burden to the county attorney and have them prove why this person who did something violent should be treated as a young adult and a child, and particularly when the jurisdiction ends at 19. And I mean, it troubles me. So I like this being laid over, and I tend to agree with Mr. Klein on what he's talking about. I don't know that we should shift this. So if I had to vote now, I would vote no. I would vote no. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Rogers?
Sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. To answer specifically to Commissioner Boyle, and I understand where he's coming from, and let me see if I can address that. The burden shift, you know, if we can have that discussion, I think, with every law, that there's some change in some degree, but in regards to the burden shift, from my understanding, the county attorney has tremendous leverage in that because they have a great amount of the information. The defense counsel does not. So this is from what I understand and trying to get on the speed on this. So I'm not a lawyer, I don't practice every day, but I do know there's a tremendous hand there. So the county attorney is in the strongest position to make that call because they have the information. Defense does not. Now, in respects to this example of a kid with a gun, again, the burden shift is you're putting the decision into a juvenile court's hands other than a district court. And I would hope and think that a juvenile court judge that sees a heinous crime like that to some degree is not going to automatically not take that under consideration. I mean, to some degree, they're judges in general. And I'm assuming you're trusting them to make that call to some degree. And the thing is, the county attorney then has to make that case based on the information they have to some degree. Now, another underlying effect brought up to some degree is the fact that now to say that the system should stay like it is, that's fine. But when you look at the data in regards to these kids, there are a disproportionate amount of kids of color that are not getting transferred to the juvenile piece. Now, I know we're not going to say that the black kid and brown kids are doing more crime, because I'm sure that wouldn't pan out if that's the case, and I don't think anybody, but there is an alarming set of data that says that they are not being transferred at the rate. So I don't think this is a safety deal to the point that people are going to be setting people free. And I don't think a kid that has a gun charge will sit there and they're going to let them out to some degree. There are some instances maybe where the fact is that kid would be eligible for programming and things of that sort. But I don't think anybody is going to let a kid out for murder. And that, to some degree, is an example that's a shock factor, but that's not the majority of kids in there. And switching that burden has not proven that to some degree at other places where this is at. So to that point, it shifts the point to the county attorney to make that call, but they have all the information to make that call. Thank you.
Any other comments on 201? I did want to say, I'm going to ask Kim if she wanted to make a comment. She would be the one, Kim Havakati, she would be our point person to go down if this passes to on our support. And I don't know, I don't mean to put you on the spot, but if you wanted to add any comments from the work that you've been doing since you got here, that would be fine.
Kim Havakati, Deputy County Administrator over Juvenile Justice Reform. I guess I'm going to give you a little bit of history of the Douglas County data here because I think it is important and relevant as to what it is we're dealing with. We looked at straight probation data starting in 2017. What we have seen in each year starting in 2017, we had 46 youth charged as adults. In 2018, it went up to 93 youth charged as an adult. Sorry, in 2018, it went up to 93. In 2019, it went up to 103. So we have seen in 3 years a 3 times increase in our number of youth charged in our adult system. We know currently that 50% of the youth in our detention facility are charged in the adult system. We know the average length of stay for those youth is over 165 days. We also know there's disproportionality, that 85% of those youth are youth of color that are sitting in there. We also know that most of them are there because of robbery and abuse. So what we did is we pulled the data from 2019 for every youth charged in our adult system that went through our adult criminal system. We've started the analysis of that data. When we started looking at that data, I will give you some of the things we've already found and then some of the areas we're still working on with regards to that data. So out of those 74 youth that were charged and prosecuted as adults in 2019, 89% were youth of color. When we started looking at it further, 89% of them were age 16 and 17-year-olds. 11% of them were age 14 through 16. 93% were male. Of those 74 youth, 60% of them ended up proceeding within our adult criminal system. The other 40% were transferred to juvenile court and were handled within juvenile court. The average length of time it took for that transfer from adult court to juvenile court was 211 days. So part of the issue for this legislation is these kids sat in detention for 211 days waiting for a court to decide what court they're going to stay in. That means no services, no rehabilitation, but in detention. When you start talking about research, I think research is also important that we need to look at with our kids. And there's some relevant research, and I will gladly get it for all of you commissioners, that clearly show that youth charged as adults are not predictive about future criminal activity, that youth charged as adults do not increase public safety. In fact, there's a lot of data from other states showing it makes it worse in the long run for those youth that are convicted and going forward in the adult system. There's a lot of research out there that shows community-based programming is more effective for our youth than any type of incarceration. We all know, and Commissioner Marine Boyle is aware of the adolescent brain development research that is out there with regards to these youth. Research also shows, as I just said in our data, when 89% of our youth are youth of color that are charged in the adult criminal system, what our national data shows is that disproportionality has only increased over the last 5 to 10 years because of these transfer laws.
1 minute.
And I'm not even talking now about the lifetime effect of a child. So I guess some of the areas, and I appreciate the opportunity just to get some of the information before you guys. I know the discussion was here. I think the issue really boils down to who has the expertise to determine where a youth should proceed. The argument is under the statute, it should be within the juvenile court that is a rehabilitative court that knows what goes on and what services are available to impact the life of a child instead of a district court. Any case can always be transferred from juvenile court to district court under LB 201. So it just is reversing where it starts as to who has the expertise. So any questions I'll gladly answer, and thank you, Commissioner, for letting me fill that in.
Thank you, Kim. I think, Don, did you want to say something?
Sure. Don Klein, County Attorney. I just wanted to, I appreciate Mr. Rogers' comments, Commissioner Rogers' comments, but that's not accurate about the defense attorneys don't have the information the counsel, the prosecutors have. We have a thing called discovery. We give them everything that we have. So they have the same information about the case that we have when we have a motion to transfer hearing. Regarding the disproportionality, all I hear about is the person who committed the crime, and I never hear anybody here talk about victims. Minorities, black people, are victimized by crime 6 times greater than white people are. And so they pay the price on these kinds of crimes that happen, whether it's a robbery, whether it's a shooting, whether we had, I could anecdotally talk about different cases where we had a bunch of kids got out of a car and shot up a house and shot into a car. It was the wrong car. They were looking for somebody else. It was a gang retribution kind of a thing. There's all kinds of things, but the people who pay the price on that are the people that live in that community. And so I think we need to consider, whenever we talk about the criminal justice system, also about the victims and the neighborhoods that pay the price for serious assaultive or criminal or violent behavior. And one of the forums that Commissioner Rogers was at, I was at, and there was an African-American man who was there who said he was a foster parent. He said he'd been a foster parent for 20 years, and he had some of the really hardcore juveniles that he was a foster parent for. And he looked at all of us, he said, one of the most important things that you need to do is you need to hold these young people accountable or responsible. I've been with them, I know, and if you don't do something almost drastic, they're not going to change their behavior. And when we're talking about these tremendously violent cases and the victimization of people, I think that they need to be held responsible and accountable as an adult. I know that there's studies about the young brain being formed and all those kinds of things. Every time we file a case, we look at a person's mental capacity, because we say if they don't understand the difference between right and wrong, or they don't understand the nature and consequences of their actions, then we say that they're not responsible for doing what they did. Adults too. So we look at mental capacity. We look at all those kinds of things, and we do have expertise in our office when it comes to making a determination of where should we send this case? What's our best thing that we can do? And if we're going to err, we'd rather err on the side of sending the case to juvenile court to get that young person the services they need to provide. That's our purpose in juvenile court, to make a change. But when you've got a 17, 18-year-old who commits a serious crime, and then we don't have much time to work with them, and they don't get found guilty until a long period of time, it lessens the time the court has to work with them anyway. So there are a lot of factors that go into play here. And like I said, if anybody wants to have an individual discussion about any of these things or some of the things that Kim Havakati brought up, I'd be happy to talk to anybody about them.
Thank you. Any other, Commissioner Rogers, this is your last time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And to the county attorney's point, there's nothing the county attorney said that I don't agree with. I don't agree. I agree that all of them, that people that need to be held accountable. I agree with the gentleman at that forum that something needs to be done. But the only thing this does is switches the starting point. It does not take the accountability off. And I understand the gravity of those cases, but that's one case that will start at a different point. And nobody's talking about taking the accountability. It's starting it at a new point. And everything you just said in regards to your expertise and making the case and having people there, they would make the case to the juvenile court judge to transfer. That's the only thing. And based on that data, I don't think anybody's saying let anybody free. I agree with people that if there needs to be a heinous deal, that they need to be accountable. But based on the data that was just read to you, over 40% of them end up coming back into that jurisdiction. So nobody's taking the safety away or the accountability. You're just switching where it starts. And you're switching from one judge to another. So the process is still the same, and the accountability is still there. Switching of starting place does not equal risk to the public. It's only a new place to prove what was just said there, that they have the expertise to prove. And I have no doubt that if the data shows that they would be capable of making the case, it's just starting at a new point. So I'm asking everybody, don't get caught up in the emotional piece of saying that it's a safety deal. There's not a safety deal. It's just starting where it starts, it's changing where it starts and making the case. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on 201? Commissioner Boyle, this is your last time.
Okay. I don't think it's quite as straightforward as Commissioner Rogers is talking about. I don't see this as a safety issue at all. What I see it as is we've got two separate courts that are thinking differently. The district court is thinking, someone possibly has committed a crime that is so serious that they need to be punished. That's what happens when they end up going through the adult system, that it's a punishment system. On the other hand, the juvenile court system is one of rehabilitation and trying to make things work out and programming and all that sort of thing that does pull some people out of that swirling mess they're in. Sometimes it works. But I think one of the most constructive things we could do is to stop holding these young people for 211 days while they sit there and in a cell most of the time. And I just don't think that's productive. I think it says you're a prisoner, you're less than other people, you don't matter, all those sorts of things. That all sets in, and that just sets it. It's really a problem of getting them expedited where they belong. And I don't have a problem with, and matter of fact, it has a lot of merit for representatives of juvenile court, Kim Havakati and others who speak clearly about these issues. I don't see a problem with their defending and saying that we need to pull this kid back to juvenile court. And I think that's under our system. We have a county attorney who files charges. We don't usually use grand juries to bring indictments on these sorts of things. So he is the person that we rely on to treat people fairly and equitably and to represent our community. And I think he does a hell of a job. So we've got him doing that. He's thinking out these charges. As you listen to him talk, you can tell he's not a vindictive man. He's someone that has talked about values earlier. He has values that are locked in, that are good ones. And so he uses those in his daily treatment of individuals. And I think that's who we ought to be trusting. And I think there's no problem with I don't have a problem with the juvenile court representatives having to pull that kid back. I don't like the idea of someone who's close to 19 who's committed a bad crime, and then that's just not appropriate. So I have a problem with this.
Thank you, Commissioner Boyle. Anyone else? Commissioner Morgan, this is your last time.
Yes, and it'll be quick. I just want to thank Don Klein, our county attorney, for his fairness, his passionate feelings about always doing the right thing, and the great team he's assembled here in the county. And just want to thank you for the time you've given today, because you've been here a while watching us, unfortunately. But greatly appreciate your work, and can't thank you enough for serving the people of our state and Douglas County.
Thank you, Commissioner Morgan. Luis?
Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. Just want to comment that the adults criminal system, they're talking about restorative justice. So even with the juvenile and with the adult, there's consideration about how to bring people back to the community. But to this item, LB 201, wasn't gonna comment, but I heard Don, the county attorney, say that it would be a burden to make a motion at court to take a juvenile who starts in juvenile court to move them to adult court. And that just didn't ring true to me, that it would be a burden to make that motion. The attorney even talked about a period of discovery. There is time that the court system takes before you go to trial. And so, not knowing the particulars, I just don't think, though, that it would be a burden. It might be, and might have to consider that now at every case that is brought to him at the juvenile court, if this were to be law. So I just wanted to say that it just seems that it would be something that they always consider anyway when they're dealing with somebody that in that age. But I'm with Commissioner Rogers on this. I think that you would have people in the community who would expect that when a juvenile commits a crime, that it would start in juvenile court or in the juvenile justice system. It's just some things you just think that's how they are. So looking at statutory changes on a consistent basis is important. But I agree with Commissioner Rogers that this would just be a default, or that it would allow for the juveniles to get that consideration, and it, depending on the type of crime, they can be sent forthwith to juvenile court. To adult court, and that time, that period of time where a criminal defendant is sitting there or is in the pretrial, I think that's a time that you lose somebody. So I can talk anecdotally about that, where somebody's sitting there, and 200 days. That's insane. I didn't, I realized that you had juveniles sitting in jail for a detention for 200 days. That's trauma, whether deservedly or not. That's trauma there. So I think that this makes sense to me. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments on LB 201? I just want to say, County Attorney Klein, I do respect you and all the work that not only you but your offices do. But I think through our juvenile justice reform efforts, this makes sense to me. Because again, we're not really changing anything. They're still going to be housed in the same facility. They're still going to go through the court system pretty much the same way, except for, as Commissioner Rogers pointed out, where it starts. What I think is really important is that we would be able to begin working with the child regardless of the crime being a, not so bad crime to a horrendous crime. And again, the length of stay that they are in there due to starting at the district court I have to tell you, does concern me. So I will be supporting 201 as we move forward. So it has been asked that we pull that one separate. So I'm going to pull that one, and is there a motion to support LB 201? Is there a second? Any further comments? To support LB 201. No, he asked for it to be pulled and voted on separately. Right, exactly.
Give me one moment here, Madam Chair. Okay, I am ready to conduct the vote when you are. Commissioner Kavanaugh, how do you vote on LB 201 for supporting of the bill?
This is a vote to take it off the agenda for a separate vote, or a vote to?
We have taken it off. It's to support it.
A vote to support it?
Yes.
Yes, I vote yes.
Okay.
Motion passes 4-3. Voting no are Commissioner Morgan, Friend, and Commissioner Mike Boyle. Voting yes virtually is Commissioner Kavanaugh. Voting yes in person, Commissioner Rogers, Borgeson, and Maureen Boyle.
Okay. So there are other bills. Does anyone want any of the other bills pulled out and taken separately? Otherwise, I would ask for a motion to support the remainder bills on our list of support.
I would ask just one question.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
I received a communication from Public Service Commissioner Crystal Rhodes on LB 215. I think she may have talked to other members of the board about concerns that she has with that bill. And after listening to the 911 report this morning, and it's been reiterated over the years, we don't get anywhere close to our fair share of surcharge monies from the state. However, I think it might be important for us to get her input, and there has not been a hearing established on 215, so we have a little bit of time. It might be good to just hold off on 215 until we get her views on this. I think she's supportive and represents Douglas County of us getting our fair share, but she has some concerns with 215 as it's drafted. So that would be my input on that one.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments? Marcos, do you have any comments that you'd like to make on 215?
Yeah, Marcos C. Martin. Can you hear me okay?
Yep.
Okay, Marcos C. Martin, Douglas County Legislation. And Commissioner Kavanaugh, yeah, you're right. I just looked it up, and it looks like that bill has not been, let me refresh my page. That it has not been scheduled for a hearing. It has been assigned to the Transportation and Telecommunications Committee. The only comment that I have to make is that this bill was actually a bill that was filed specifically on Douglas County's behalf.
Right.
We asked for it.
Right.
So this is This is our bill, and it only affects Douglas County.
Right. Thank you,
But
Mark.
I did not know that, but that's good to know. And, I certainly support us getting our fair share of those funds. It might be that, the bill could be amended or improved after we hear from Commissioner Rhodes on her concerns. That's my only point on this. I think we're all on the same page that we want to do what we're trying to do here, which is get Douglas County more of its fair share of those monies.
I think we actually, are you done, Commissioner Kavanaugh?
Yes.
I think we could actually do both. Again, I was going to point out that this is our bill, and that we need to show support of it, but yet we can still continue to work with Public Service Commission Crystal Rhodes on her concerns. I haven't heard of those. So I would think we could move forward with supporting it again because it is our bill. So again, I ask, is there any bill that someone wants to take separately, or was there a motion? I can't remember now.
Yes, there was a motion by Commissioner Mike Boyle and a second by Commissioner Rogers for the remaining bills.
Okay, all right, thank you. Any other questions or comments on any of the bills? All right, please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting virtually, all other commissioners voting in person.
Okay, thank you. We will move to our rules resolutions. The first one is a resolution approving changes to Rule 1, meetings, election, and duties of the chair, order of business. And in your packet, you can see that the only change in that rule is adding "and any special board meetings as deemed necessary by the chair." That's the only thing on Rule 1 that changes. And is there a motion to approve? Any questions or comments? Commissioner Boyle? Mike Boyle?
Yes, I'd like to ask, is it procedure anywhere that, and I don't mean, I'm not talking about a takeover or anything, but is there anywhere where for a majority of commissioners could petition for a meeting and, or not even petition, but call one? I'm thinking seriously about, when I was looking at this legislation, or not legislation, but the resolution we passed on helping the rental, I was thinking about, I wonder if I've got 4 votes, and I wonder if I can get, that if you're not interested in hearing it, if we could, call for a meeting to discuss that, maybe out of a Tuesday morning, and just meet somewhere and make it public, of course, and then bring this up and vote because I considered it almost an emergency to get this money done. And I wonder, I'm just really throwing that out there if people would think about it. And I'm not talking about insurrection or people carrying torches or anything, but just the idea that maybe if you would not be in agreement, that 4 members could force that. And I do that respectfully. I don't have any plans to do that, or I just wonder if that should be an alternative at some time in the future. And that's all I have to say, and I'm going to vote for this.
Thank you, Commissioner Mike Boyle. Is there any other questions or comments on Rule 1?
Yes.
Commissioner Kavanaugh?
I have a resolution up here lower down on the agenda, and it calls for the replacement of this hodgepodge of rules. You've heard me discuss these virtually at every meeting, that nobody else has a rule book like the Douglas County Board. It's poorly constructed, and it's poorly applied, and it's resulted in bad meeting after bad meeting after bad meeting, including numerous, since I've been here, people thrown out by the sheriff's office because they've offended the chair in the application of these really bad, sloppy rules. So the resolution calls for just a standard Robert's Rules of Order used by just about everybody else in government. We've had research done by our staff, City of Omaha, Lancaster County, legislature, of course, have standard accepted rules. And we have this hodgepodge that's constantly being made up as we go along and then not even uniformly applied. So I'll vote no on these rules changes. You cannot fix this rule book. You must replace it with an actual rule book that people understand and respect, and that's Robert's Rules of Order, and we'll get to that in a minute.
Commissioner Rogers?
I wanted to say this now when it's timely, so I'll be quick with this. The statement made by the commissioner is totally false, and because what we have on our board is standing rules. Nothing, if the board was choose to adopt Robert's rules, it does not do anything for the rules that we have. The order of precedence is the laws, constitutions, bylaws, if you're a nonprofit, your rules that you adopt, and standing rules, and these are standing rules. So this statement made of saying, you don't have rules or it won't do that, it won't. Our standing rules fill in the gap for what a set of rules do not do and give it more specification. So it needs to be known that if we adopt this, it does nothing to our rules. Our rules give clarity to things that may be there. Thank you.
Commissioner Mike Boyle, this is your second time.
Yes, I want to ask Ms. Urich to come to the podium, and she made a remark when this was being discussed at the Monday pre-board meeting, and she mentioned that Lancaster had adopted it, but with some reservations, and I'd like to have her speak to that so that we can be aware of what they did.
Sure.
Thank you.
Yes, thank you, Commissioner. Teresa York County Attorney's Office. What I mentioned yesterday was that Lancaster has adopted Robert's rules as guidance, procedural guide, but not the rules formally. And I believe what it says, and I give Diane Carlson of your county administration, she brought that to my attention, and so that should be noted. But what Lancaster's rules say is Robert's Rules of Order shall serve as a procedural guide for all meetings of the board, but strict adherence to the rules, meaning Robert's, shall not be required. And so they use it as a guide when they don't have a rule that speaks to something, but strict adherence is not required.
Excuse me, may I?
Yes.
Do you know why that was adopted? They were looking for flexibility, or what was the thinking? Do you know?
I don't know the answer to that, Commissioner. I know that different counties have different rules, but Lancaster uses Roberts as a guide.
I wonder how you use it as a guide and not as a rule. I don't know how you do that.
The same as the city does.
You wouldn't.
Okay, thank you. Okay, just a minute. Teresa, did you have any other comments?
I was going to say, there are times, Commissioners, that I'm asked how procedurally you should do something, and I usually go with whatever you did last time. I try to recall the last time that you handled that particular motion. I am not a Robert's Rules expert, but I have occasionally consulted Robert's Rules when you have given me something novel and that you haven't addressed before, and I have used that as a guide in trying to answer your question. And presented it to you as this is a way you could resolve that procedural ambiguity, and I have used Roberts to do that.
I see. Thank you.
All right, I'm going to bring us back to the first one, which is the rule number 1, meetings, election, and duties, chair, order of business. Was there a motion and a second?
Yes, there was.
Okay. Please vote.
I vote no.
Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no virtually, all other commissioners voting yes in person.
Next is item 4, resolutions approving changes to Rule 3, the duties of the chair, and Rule 9, the authorized committees. If you will look in your packets, as we talked about on the pre-board meeting, there was questions from Commissioner Maureen Boyle on committees, and as chair, you know that the committee structure is that I appoint folks to chairs. So she got me thinking and looking through a lot of these committees to find out, one, some aren't relevant, some don't meet, some we don't need anymore, some that we will just keep as is. So you see in your packet on page the second page, there's the list of the committees that are appointed by the chair of the board. And so as you go through those, there's some that have a line crossed out. Those are committees that we don't need anymore. We don't have them. They haven't met. And so we're crossing those out. The other is adding an IT committee. Again, Commissioner Maureen Boyle brought that up about items within our other committees. And what I found out was that there is an IT committee that was started by our IT liaison, Diane Wallace, and it meets every other month, and it's all of the county users, and again, GIS is part of that. And so we've added an IT committee to the ones that would be appointed. The only other changes, if you go over to the next page, again, that GIS systems is crossed out because we're going to include that as part of the IT committee. The records imaging really isn't relevant because that was absorbed in purchasing, and purchasing is underneath administrative services, so that would be a part of that. The Child and Youth Services Committee, we're just cleaning it up and crossing out that statement because of going through reform that we have. And then, and the last one, the Human Resources Committee, we're crossing out the IT technology from that committee, and again, because we've created an IT committee. So those are the major changes, which again aren't really anything, but cleaning it up, and I would ask that you approve those changes. Any questions or comments? Please vote.
One moment, please.
I vote no.
Motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Mike Boyle. Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no virtually. All other commissioners voting yes in person.
The next resolution is approving changes to Rule 6 on voting. And again, in your packet, we are adding language that references the video conferencing. And as provided by law that we are able to do that. And so I would ask for a motion to approve. Is there a motion by Commissioner Morgan, second by Commissioner Rogers? Any questions or comments? Please vote.
I vote no.
Motion passes. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no. Virtually all other commissioners voting yes in person.
Item 6 is a resolution approving changes to Rule 2, Rules of Order. Commissioner Kavanaugh, this is your resolution.
Very simply, we replace this hodgepodge of very inefficient and not uniformly applied rules with a universally accepted Robert's Rules of Order, and that we move forward like virtually every other deliberative body with real rules rather than no rules.
Commissioner Rogers.
Madam Chair, I'd like to, Commissioner Boyle made a question at the beginning when we were talking, so I want to just try to answer that question now. I'm talking from a viewpoint of a person that studied twice to be a national parliamentarian and just hadn't found time to take the test. And I've served as a parliamentarian for 3 national groups. So I say this from some authority, that there's nothing we do that's inconsistent outside of Roberts. And Roberts does not take away your standing rules. So for instance, if you note in the first paragraph of the rules, there's an order and rank of state laws, constitutions, bylaws, things that need to be there. We have that clearly stated in ours. So that's the governing authority, was the state. And then you have other rules that are there, just like the legislature has that, and they have a whole book of rules that they amend. The Senate, House, all of them have that to some degree. But also, I remember going down this exact road that Commissioner Kavanaugh went down in 2005 and had some discussion about that to some degree. And the compromise language that we came to was item C under rules of orders that recognize the principles of parliamentary law, which have that seen to some degree as a guide. So I just say that to say they're all rules. These are standing rules, and they go from there, and they've been followed. Now, I don't know where this motion goes. If it goes and gets a second, I'll ask for it to be amended to the language that Teresa read, because I do think that is good language. But right now, I'll wait and see where this goes. But I just want to answer that question to some degree. I have a pretty good, thorough understanding of that. And if it was to be adopted, like Teresa said, I'm gonna give you one example of a rule that I know is in there because I've looked at it several times. We don't have a discipline rule to some degree. And I've thought a lot of times about a rule of decorum. And the legislature is taking that up now. But I know in Roberts, there's a decorum rule that says after the chair gives a certain member certain warnings to some degree, the body can vote right there to expel the chair out of the meeting. And so, you adopt the rules, you have flexibility to do that to some degree, and you've adopted those rules, so it's good. So I'm just saying, I like the language that they've done. If we choose to adopt it, fine. Just know you're dealing with some stuff that's good, and I have no problem with that because I understand it. But if it so gets motioned in second, I'll make the amendment to go to that language, but I'll wait and see what happens with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Commissioner Rogers, I appreciate your knowledge and study of this. So are you telling me that if the chairperson told me it's time for me to quit talking and I didn't respect that and kept talking, then I would be expelled from the meeting and asked to leave? Is that Robert's rules?
I'm saying after warning, if the chair gives a certain degree of warning, and a member chose not to do so, the body could then on the spot make a motion to discipline that person or expel that person out. It is written in there.
I kind of like that. But, okay, thank you for that.
And
Yeah, I think I'm like Commissioner Boyle. I don't think I have to raise my hand to be recognized. I don't think these things are working right, are they?
I don't have a thing.
That's okay. Thank you, Madam Chair. There may be some people watching this that are kind of wondering what it's all about, right? Robert's Rules of Order are it's essentially parliamentary procedure, just in case anybody's curious or they've never heard of it. There are a variety of different parliamentary procedures that have been put together over the years, right? The difficulty that I have with Roberts is a few items. One, you certainly have to make sure, we have 8 pages of rules here, I think actually 10, that the county board has adopted and utilizes and maintains and adheres to Nebraska statutes. And we have to do that. We have to have that. The difficulty I have with Roberts only, and I appreciate Commissioner Kavanaugh doing this, old habit. But let me bring out some points that would give us difficulty. If we conflict with state law, and Robert's rules can do that, I mean, it can force you into situations where you're actually conflicting with state law, adhering to state law. I don't know if that'd be the case in all of the circumstances, but you'd have to apply Roberts appropriately. And if you conflict with state law, you're going to throw that piece of Roberts out, right? That's what you got to be careful of. You also have to be really careful because smaller organizations, smaller parliamentary bodies have difficulty with Roberts. You're talking about a 700-page application. That's what this is. You're also talking about 11 different versions over the, century that it's actually been utilized in the United States? 11 different versions. 12. Now 12. What we're using here is a consensus model. That's what this thing is. Doesn't mean that it's necessarily bad or it's a hodgepodge, with all due respect to Commissioner Kavanaugh. We have to worry about what happens if we don't abide by these rules. We have to worry about what happens if we don't abide by Robert's Rules of Order, even if that's in place. I would sum it up by saying this. The rules are only as good as the chairperson who's actually running the show. If you had a football game and you had, how many refs are on a football field? I don't even know. And they never blew the whistle and they never did anything, you'd have mass chaos. There's rules in place. Nobody cares about them. They're just doing whatever they want to do. So I'm not saying there's not rules here. I'm not saying that we can't make fixes to this. I'm just saying let's be really careful. You pump Robert's rules in here and you have to adhere to them, then we better hire a parliamentarian. Because there's a parliamentarian down at the legislature. He or she sits right up in front of the speaker and manages the product, manages what's actually happening. So I'm just saying there are ramifications to this. I understand what Commissioner Kavanaugh is doing, but if we do this, we're probably talking about opening up a can of worms that maybe we're not ready to deal with. That's all. That's my only point. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Commissioner Friend. Anyone else wanting to speak on this item? I will just say that I'm not going to vote for this. There's one commissioner that doesn't like our rules. The rest of us have been fine with them over the years. We've tweaked them. We've brought new ones. Again, Commissioner Friend said it very well, and Commissioner Rogers, that it's a whole new ball game if we adopt Robert's rules. And I'm not saying there's anything wrong with Robert's rules. It's just, in my opinion, not necessary for this board. I think that we have gotten along just fine with our standing rules. We have great counsel from our county attorney when we do have questions. And so, again, I guess you just don't fix what's not broken, and so I won't be voting for this one. Any other questions or comments on this? Luis?
Yes, Luis Jimenez, 3306 Birch Street. This is something that happens every year where you look at your rules. And I look forward to the day where you actually adopt an extensive parliamentary procedure. What Commissioner Rogers brings up, Mr. Rogers, is why you need Robert's Rules of Order newly revised, latest version. And when you adopt Robert's Rules of Order, that's what you say, that it's the latest version, so you're not looking at 11 different books. You're just looking at the latest one. I disagree that there's state statute or federal statute or law that tells you how to run your meetings, or that you can depend on parliamentary procedure. Parliamentary procedure is not law. It's how you conduct a meeting. That's what it is. And why your rules work right now is because there's no objections. When there's an objection, then you have to take a look at what's going on. So just because you're able to conduct your meetings doesn't mean that you didn't rely or that you don't need a parliamentary procedure. That's a common principle in Robert's Rules of Order, that you do what consensus provides. To Mr. Friend's point, that that you have Robert's Rules of Order and you have to adhere to it, and then it conflicts with statutory law or something like that. In the past, when you've considered Robert's Rules of Order, there was verbiage added, or verbiage that was considered that says, when not in conflict with statutory law, basically. So Robert's Rules of Order is there so that you don't have to rely on memory or precedent, as a deputy county attorney would like you to do. It's there so that when something arises, you can take a look at parliamentary, or the guide that's there. Robert's Rules of Order then would be that guide. You take a look at it, and you vote. You get your majority, and that's what transpires. So I encourage the board to adopt Robert's Rules of Order as a parliamentary authority, because with all due respect with Mr. Rogers.
1 minute.
Thank you. We don't know or how should I put this, because I do respect Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, you have experience, but the board needs rules to guide them always. And that's what I got to say. Thank you.
Thank you, Louise. Commissioner Rogers, this is your last time.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Louise, thanks for your comments. I just want to clarify some things you said. You're right. I didn't say state law doesn't tell you how to do that. State law sets the precedence about what you can't do. So you got state law, you got standing rules, you need a filler. Roberts is that filler, but like Commissioner Friend said, Roberts is just a version of parliamentary procedure. And so, to your point, that's why it says in the rule on item C, the meetings of the Douglas County Board are governed in accordance with the recognized principles of parliamentary law, which are first and a second, amendments, other things like that. So it's the principles of Roberts that's filled in there. So I just want you to note, no, state law doesn't tell you how to do it, but the board stated rules that said you operate in that principle gives you the guidance.
There's no such thing as
No, Louise, no.
It definitely is. Thank you.
Commissioner Mike Boyle, Louise.
Yes, what I'd like to propose is what Ms. Urick spoke about, and that is that as it presently reads, Section C of this Rules of Order says, the meetings of the Douglas County Board of Commissioners are governed in accordance with the recognized principles of parliamentary law, subject to Nebraska statutes and any rules adopted by the Board of Commissioners. And then another sentence, Robert Rules of Order may be used as a guide. I think, that's kind of what Lancaster, I think, uses, and I am very concerned about getting, that just maybe Robert's Rules just too much. I mean, I don't know what that would affect. I mean, I know that it can be constrictive at times, and I'm not interested in doing that. I think one of the values of our discussion is as tight as it is at times with these 2 times to talk and 5 minutes, it's reasonable. And I would hate to see it go to something that was more strict. So I think maybe something like that might be appropriate, or maybe we just leave it as it is, and we just tell Ms. Urick to continue doing what she's doing, which is offering Robert's Rules as a guide if we do something she's not, that we haven't done before.
Mm-hmm. Okay. Any other questions or comments on this rule? All right. Is there a motion? There wasn't a motion, I guess.
But after
Make the motion.
Is there a second?
Well,
Okay,
I'll second it.
all right, a motion by Commissioner Kavanaugh, seconded by Commissioner Boyle. Commissioner Boyle, this is your last time.
Okay, I would offer an amendment to leave the language as it is in sections 2C, and then to add the sentence at the end of that, Board of Commissioners, and then period. Then I would add, Robert's Rules of Order may be used as a guide, period.
There is a motion and a second on the amendment to leave language as is and add a sentence that says Robert's rules may be used
As a guide.
as a guide.
Robert's Rules of Order may be used as a guide.
The latest edition. Robert's Rules of Order's
The
latest edition.
latest edition, yeah.
Latest edition may be used as a guide. Again, there is an amendment on the floor that was Commissioner Boyle and seconded by Commissioner Rogers. Any further comments? Please vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Morgan voting no in person. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting yes virtually. All other commissioners voting yes in person.
Thank you.
Item 7 is a resolution approving, oh, I'm sorry, got to vote on the new motion. Is there, and there was a motion and a second. Any further comments? Please vote.
One moment, please.
I guess I do have one question as we're sitting here. I would ask our county attorney if she is comfortable and does that not replicate, but does it look like what you were talking about, how Lancaster County adopted Robert's rules?
Teresa Urick, County Attorney. It is, County Attorney's Office. It is similar. The language from Lancaster is Robert's Rules of Order shall serve as a procedural guide for all meetings of the board, but strict adherence to the rules shall not be required.
Okay, same.
So it's pretty similar. I do like the addition of the latest edition of Roberts. That's very nice as well. And I do have the 12th edition. That's the one I've been using.
Okay, great, thank you.
Thanks.
Commissioner Friend? Okay, all right, then are you ready, Dan?
Yes, I am.
Okay, go ahead and vote.
I vote yes.
Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Morgan voting no in person. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting yes virtually. All other commissioners voting yes in person.
Our last rule is Rule 7, resolution approving changes to Rule 8, rules of debate, and this is brought to us by Commissioner Rogers. Commissioner Rogers?
Chair, I just submit this to put clarity to a exchange that was coming up the last meeting in regards to the introducer, and it just says that the introducer of the motion, if they choose to, should go first, and they can close, and that's accounted for in their time of 2 5-minute pieces. So I'd like to move for approval.
Is there a second? Any questions or comments? Please vote.
I vote no.
Motion passes 6-1. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting no virtually. All other commissioners voting yes in person.
We do have need for executive session for litigation, and I can't remember the other one.
Legal advice.
Legal advice, yes. Is there a motion to go into executive session? Is there a second? Please vote.
Madam Chair, who was the second? I apologize. Maureen Boyle? Okay. Boyle and Boyle, there we go. Okay.
Be in room 903.
Vote yes.
Commissioner Morgan and Borgeson. There we go. Motion passes 7-0. Commissioner Kavanaugh voting yes virtually. All the commissioners voting yes in person.